What up? What up? What's up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody for showing up, showing out tonight. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let me get my shout outs out the way. Big shout out to my brother representing the core. My man, the pit dog in the house. What up, fam? Simplify, my brother. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Vernon Starr. What up, fam? Yo, my man, 614 Tree in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Ken Yoda in the house. I see you, fam. The Mad Doctor. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mr. Ron King. I see you, fam. Yo, my man, Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? The one and only, the incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here. Chico. 517 SEK in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Skip Bell in the house. What up, fam? Yo. Big shout out to my man, Johnny Rocket in the house. What up, fam? Let me see. Yo, Itchy! What up, fam? Yo, and big salute to Big Doe in the house. What up, fam? I'd like to give a special shout out to my man, Mr. Marcel Shepard in the house. What up, fam? Yo, the Rabbit Man's in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to DB03, a.k.a. Ben. What up, fam? Let me see who else we got here. Big shout out to Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Havoc 360 in the house. What up, bam? Hey, appreciate all you guys showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. You know, before we get started tonight, me and bruh, we like I can say, even though we brothers, when we come to taking care of business, we actually address and go at things in a business manner. And you know how, when you're dealing with business and you got your peoples around, like for us, we had, even though it was me and Mo, and then we had our KP, and then we had people like Ben, and then our proteges. Over the years, each all had a separate role in, well, I would actually say in our business growth, because each one of them played a major part. And you know how you got them big ass board tables, you got the main man sitting at the head of the table, and then you got all the line of them other people, those are just, people that's on the board. I consider them like people on the board, but then it's basically people that matter who makes decisions for the business. And the reason I bring that up, because when you're doing things alone, when it comes down to these American Pit Bull Terriers, or basically any business, all decisions that are made, they fall on you. The reward falls on you, and the failures fall on you. So it's not a shared responsibility. So a lot, goes into that kind of decision making. You know what I mean? And it's, for me, it takes longer to get where you're trying to go because the detriment of the decision making all falls on one single person. When you're working with, like with me and Mo, we might not agree on certain things, but it's there to be discussed. You know, now you got Mo, the kennel partner, you got Ben, you got the proteges. Now everybody's sitting around. Now you have a whole lot of opinions and a whole lot of discussions going on based on whatever the situation. Because anybody that's familiar with business, you know how the structure of corporations work. You know, most of the time, the CEO, the chairman of the chief executive officer, he's generally the one sitting around the table, and everybody else that sits around the table is the chairman of the boards. I mean, his board members. And in most cases, the board members have stake in what you're doing. Same thing when you're dealing with any business, even with kennels. There's one person that sits at the head of the table, but he's held responsible by his board members. And if shit don't be going right and business ain't right, the board members can step in and say you're not taking care of business, and we're gonna vote. And they're gonna, before you know it, they be looking to stick another board member in your place. I mean, not board members, but chief executive officer, CEO. He's gonna be looking to find another job somewhere if he don't tighten up or make changes. That part right there is where I seen a lot of the most successful kennels that had some type of conglomeration with or cooperation with other people around them, where they discuss the decisions and the movements and the vision of the kennel, the direction, what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, when they were going to do it, and hold everybody accountable, based on the decisions that's made, because that's basically what you're doing at the board, in the boardroom. You're discussing things. You're looking for a plan. We're working on the plan. We're talking about numbers. We're talking about statistics, analytics. All that stuff goes down because in the end, we all have to agree on something when we walk out that door. The longer it takes to come to an agreement, the longer it takes to put the plan into motion. See, you just can't don't come to agreement and then walk out the boardroom and leave it up on the CEO to make a decision, because it's not a decision that he has to make without at least some type of cooperation or an agreement from the people that sit on the board. And that's the way we used to run our kennel. A lot of people involved. That's why, we never weren't really into selling dogs, but a lot of people that was on, well, I consider our board, they got their hands on dogs. And so understanding when you have people that's on your board, that means they're invested in some type of way. And that to me was the biggest reason why a lot of our dogs got out there in the right people's hands, because they had already been invested in what we were already doing. And that's important. That's important because tonight we're going to be talking about kennel blindness. And why we talk about kennel blindness, because for me, it's hard to be talking about kennel blindness when I got a board, because you have a whole lot of eyes on the whole company outcome, the whole kennel outcome. Everybody has, you're not just coming in and not knowing what to talk about because you don't have no idea of what the product is. In this game here, we, Mo and KP and even Ben, these guys were up, and I'm not really dumb to it either. So, my argument, for me to have an argument when it comes to how and what they're going to do, I never really got into them because them three, and even some of the proteges, they have their opinions on things, and they have good opinions. And when you hear different people's opinions, that can give you a different outlook on the way you're trying to do things, which was very helpful on a lot of things that we did, because now they have dogs. See, we're all dealing with the same product. So the results of that product lies in their hands. And that's generally how this American Pit Bull Terrier game works. And if you notice, we speak on this a lot, just, because so-and-so got a dog over here, and then somebody got one out of the same litter over here. This one here is successful, and this one here is not. For us, we would always look at, well, who was the person over here? Does he have the knowledge and experience as so-and-so over here? Most of the time they don't. And that's why, it's important to understand that it's not just about the dog. It's about who has the dog. And so when you're dealing with people with kennel blindness, most of the time, man, and I'm just not putting no names on nobody, but most of the time, they were working in a what I would call a sole proprietor type industry. They're using their eyes, their experience, and their knowledge to, make the decisions for what they do moving forward. And sometimes, it's hard for a person to see without other eyes that you're heading in the wrong direction or what it was supposed to be. A lot of times, people used to get invested in things, and I made that joke about you get invested in something and all of a sudden it ain't working for you, and you just doing different things like something's going to change. When in corporate, if it don't work, you scrap it and you move on. That's generally how it works. When you're doing it, when you're that sole proprietor, you're going to always trying to find ways to fix something that can't be fixed. But you can't get you to understand that because, them blinders be on, and it's hard to make that decision on your own. And by the time you figure it out, you got many years invested into something that you could have saved yourself time 3, 4, 5 years prior. But when you're dealing with that team, that setup of different people that's invested, you see the mistakes a lot sooner than you would if you weren't doing it by yourself. Now, I ran across a lot, been around a lot of dogmen over the years. And everybody always, somebody always had somebody. You know what I mean? Somebody always had somebody. And the most successful ones that had that somebody, they might have been under the same, kennel label, but you still might be dealing with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different yards, where everybody's still responsible for the yard, their own yard, responsible for their own dogs. But to be cohesive, they're still invested into the product, which is the dogs. So regardless of we got 5 yards, one thing we all gonna have in common. We're gonna have the product in common. And that's where a lot of our success, fast success, I could say, came from because we had a lot of people to sit at the board table. A lot of people who had opinions, suggestions. You know, some of them people might have no context that we didn't have context. Hey, I got this contact. They got so and so over there. I'm gonna put you in touch with them and have they people call your people, and we see if we can do, get these things together. That to me was generally the way we did things, and a lot of other people that we knew did things behind the scene. And it's something that, regardless of what time of in time, I mean, as far as years, whether it was the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s, or 2000s, that process of business will never change. I wouldn't give a damn if it's 50 years from now. We're always going to be at that one situation that where somebody has to make a decision, and that decision is going to be based on a group of people or one person. Watch how far the group gets compared to what the one person does. And then you get more exposure as far as the product. Because remember, it's all about the product anyway. The better the product, the bigger the exposure. The better the product is going to be in other people's hands who's going to be satisfied with the product. And then before you know it, everybody's going to want the product. And that was the key to when everybody wants the product, you have to be in position to be able to stay with the quality of the product, but deal with the demand for the product. And most of the time, when that part falls apart, when the structure ain't right, remember we had 5 and 6 yards. Different people had these dogs. So it wasn't, and being nobody was selling, we were never overwhelmed with, you know, the product of demand. You had a lot of people who wanted it, but it was just something that we just didn't get into doing. Not that we thought we had it all that, no. It's we weren't selling to the public because we felt like we didn't have nothing to sell. You know, that's basically how that went. And when it came time to having to sell them, people paid good money for them because at that point in time, you should know the value of your work and the worth of the product. That when you are selling it, it should be worth the asking price. Simply because, you put the value of your product in the work that you put in, and people who appreciate that and respect that, they'll be willing to pay for it. Kennel blindness hurts only because the time that's involved in it. That right there, when you look back on the time period that it took you to get to this point to where it's not going to work, is what makes people try to keep trying to make it work, because they have so much time and money invested that it's hard to just pick something up and throw it away and start over. It is hard to do. But that's from a sole proprietor attitude about it. When you're dealing with the board, as I put it, those decisions was kind of like easy because the discussion was always going to be forced on, why are we still dealing with that product? Because remember, there's 5-6 yards, and if you can't understand why that product's not working, and you got 5 and 6 yards out here, and you just looking at things that's just not going to work, it was easy to move on. Because by majority rules, everybody's basically going to be having the same conversation. But see, that's the thing about when you scrap something, when you scrap it, you better have something or some ideals or some type of discussion in place. And that is something that we had a lot of in our growth. A lot of it. And it led to great relationships, the ability to meet new people and talk to people, because you're getting a better understanding and getting a full scope of what it takes to make a good product. See, the business part of it, you already know. The structure, regardless of what it is, if you understand the business part of it, the structure part is The hardest part is always going to be the product. And the product has to be up to your standards. And if you're setting high standards, you're putting a value on something that that the homework's been done on. And when you have these type of conversations with results, remember 5-6 yards, there's going to be results around the board, results around the table. That product dropped into a change. It worked. For us, we didn't have downtime. What I consider downtime, because we were always doing something. Just put it like that. We were always doing something. And we wasn't good as some of them other teams that was out there. They could do 5 and 6 dogs at a time. Back in the day, wasn't nothing to show with 3-4 dogs. To me, I always looked at that like, dang, how's they doing? Knowing the amount of work that goes into these dogs. How is you doing 4 and 5 of them? Do they have jobs? Do they have somebody over there working the dogs? And how can they trust somebody out there with that dog? All that goes into play when you know what it takes to make a good product, and you see, you hope somebody at some point was slipping, but when the team is down and they got the right people in the right places, you don't find no chinks in their armor. And understanding that, we tried to eliminate all the chinks in the armor. I think on 2-3 occasions we did 3 a couple times. I always felt great about it, simply because you're coming out 3 for 3. That's a good night. It was a good night. And then it brought a lot of recognition to the product. A lot of recognition to the product. Boys come up in here and smothered us. That's conversation. But again, for us, it wasn't to sell anything. What it was to gain recognition that we belonged where we were. Where, we wanted to do like everybody else is doing, and then so we wanted to be on that level. So, they come in here and they wreck house. But the thing is, there's a difference between a single individual and a group of individuals doing anything. Now you have to be very exceptional as a single person, the sole proprietor, and your kennel partners, the people that you have, that you're associated with. They're not like the board. They're not like them. what they are is people who have input that you might give a dog to, but you don't control what they do with the dog, because there's been a lot of guys out there that run solo, give a person a dog, and then all of a sudden they can't never get back to the dog, and you end up giving them the dog. You would think people would be open-handed and be willing to, take advantage of that, but as a sole proprietor, these things happen because that person wasn't invested into what you were doing. You gave them the opportunity, but then they squandered the opportunity and shined on you. But when you're invested, it's almost like you have that one thing that keeps you from doing that. And that's maybe 4 other yards. Because when you fall out, you're hurting yourself, because now you're going to find yourself on the outside looking in and can't get back in. See, when you fall out, it's hard to get back in, because at that point in time, when you're dealing with that corporation, it's got to keep rolling. And remember, it has to keep rolling because there's a board sitting there that puts the responsibility on the man who's sitting at the top of the table, which is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, and it's based on him to make sure we get a plan. We have something in place. We have everybody looked out and taken care of. Because the last thing we want to be is be stupid to the fact that our product sucks. Because that means everybody that's sitting around the table suck. Because you either don't have the eye, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the experience, because you definitely don't see the product performing as it's supposed to based on our work. If this is the best product that all of us together can put out, then we need to maybe change some of the minds that's sitting on the board. Or maybe the board says, well, maybe we need to delete the man sitting at the head of the table and bring somebody else in. Because that kind of shit does happen. That's one of the, the big things about, your controlling interests. Through everything, you want to be able to control the interest. And the only people sit around a person who controls the interest because they just want a piece of the pie. They're invested some type of way. So of course they're not running away from the fact that he has the interest in it. He's taking care of himself. As long as he's doing what he's doing, I'm going to be okay anyway, because controlling interest, and he's doing a great goddamn job. I find it, very appreciative to know that I can even be sitting at the table, being even asked, what do you think, twin? Them type of things is what, for me, in our years, kept us from being kennel blind. Even when it was just me and Mo having to make decisions on the yard, at least he had somebody to talk to. You get another point on it. And that's one of the things that I always thought was a key factor when we were dealing with these dogs. Because, it's a whole lot to come with these dogs. And even though we had the yard for it, we still didn't have it, for me, and Mo would say the same thing, enough yard. That's why a lot of the dogs, it was important for us to guard them chain spots and have the right thing. That was like headquarters. And then you had everybody else. They got it. Now we communicate and wanting to know how the product's working and what's doing this. Mo told you about that situation where Victor, had to call Mo to tell Mo, nobody's getting papers. Now, why would Victor call Mo to tell Mo that? Because evidently, these people out here taking care of their business and, making a name for themselves, and they can't get the papers from Victor. Come on, Victor, give me the papers. That where Victor got to pick up the phone and call Mo, which Victor could barely speak English. So you can imagine when he's upset, he's trying to, you need to tell them, you need to talk to them, and you need to let them know that I want this is what I want, and before anybody getting any papers. See, that's a man with a product, just totally invested, had all them people out there with them dogs, which they were invested. And the only way that you're going to get this is you got to do what the man at the top of the table said, and that is register them dogs and register their matches. And he was dead. Victor was dead ass serious about it. Because if he wasn't, he would never had to call, first of all. And second of all, they wouldn't have been complaining. So that's just one of the things that I've seen it work that way. I've seen business work in a couple ways that just through communication, things turned out great. Good business is always going to lead to good business and success at some point. And with these dogs, where you're going to have a whole lot of good, you're going to have just as much bad. Now, last thing you want to do and find yourself doing is getting tied up and don't have no way of showing, all that time, all that work, and for what? For what? I think any dog is always going to have a purpose. Regardless, whatever purpose that you have for your dogs and what you do with your dog, it's on you. Whether it be a good guard dog, wall climbing dog, hunting dog, whatever, they do have a purpose. And everybody wants a good dog. Whether, people fall in love with dogs. You wonder why all other dogs is on the chain and you got that one that's in the house. Because I can best believe the one that's in the house is special. That's foundation type. There's a relationship in the house. Even though you might love everything out there, but I ain't got room for all y'all in the house. So I got to be discriminate and find that one that's going to be in the house. And there's a reason why that one is in the house. This is just a natural thing, right? But the thing is, it's for a purpose. Even the dog in the house got a bigger purpose than everything on the yard. That's proven. Duh. Because even though there ain't enough room in the house, there will be enough room made for that one. See, that's them special ones. See, that's just how you look at how you deal with things when it comes to, making that decision, and how detriment it is to understand we make that decision every day. So why not carry the full burden and the load of what makes this dog worthy? Because it's where you find that worthiness is going to be where your accomplishment of your works will come out. Our guard dogs, we look for them to, even though, based on our age now, we don't have the time to do the things that we used to do. But a guard dog had to be an exceptional, more than just rah, 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 rah. It's got to be intelligent. It's got to be smart. It's got to be fearless. It's all the combinations of what makes a real good, controllable guard dog. And there's stages of that. And through our work and having those dogs, because of our work, people appreciated that work. People appreciated not only the work, they appreciated the dogs, which made other people want to have their dog trained, or other people want to buy a dog or a puppy. And you see how that business took off. Not trying, because when you're concentrating on the product and having the best product, people are going to see it anyway. You don't have to say much. If it look good and you see for yourself that is what, you can see for yourself. I like that. Ask a couple questions and see where you're at. You might even get one. And that word of mouth, this bulldog game worked the same way. If it's good and you've seen it, you're going to want it. And you're going to do whatever you can to have some of that on your yard. And then when you get it on your yard, are you going to be willing to do the same thing that person did for that same type of animal, to where you looked at it and was like, dang, I want that? Can you create something like that? Because it's obvious it can be done because it got your attention. Because if you don't know what he done, it just, you happen to see it, looked at it, oh, I like that, I want that, and that's where that went to. You don't be mad at yourself when it don't turn out like his did. When I say mad at yourself, because when you realize that something's not working, the only time you get mad at yourself is when you run over here to the dude over here and start crying. My dog ain't not like that. He all this and he all that. And the person don't want to hear that. And are you doing this and are you doing that? And then all of a sudden you're mad at yourself because you feel like you just got bamboozled, because of one shit anyway, instead of accepting the fact that there is so much that you didn't know about how the dog got like what you liked. See, this is where you find the kennel blindness part, because people don't want to listen. But in the end, your works will always speak for itself. The failures of it and the success of it. It just depends on you. And I say that because, again, I gave you two scenarios. You're going to be solo, sole proprietor, or you're going to be LLC to corporate up. One or the other. I always found the success on the LLC corporate side because it had structure. The blunt of the decisions, you had input. You had a say. You are invested. That makes it a little bit more complicated simply because there's a lot more people involved. But then that's the best way to deal with it, because you're holding other people that's invested accountable. See, that's what it's all about for me anyway, accountability. I always used to think about in the street, that street life, it's a serious life out there. It's a whole different atmosphere. But I always look at street code the same way as any other, situation. I'm not doing something, or even say I am doing something, but every time you see me, I'm always look like I'm in my work clothes and I'm always out here working. So if there's anything else that I'm doing, you have no idea I'm doing it, because you always see me doing this right here. So if I'm doing that and not getting in trouble, then why in the hell would I want everybody around me to be doing something different than what I'm doing? because that's the way I looked at it. We're all going to be doing something because it's nobody's business of the other and any other things that we do. And as long as we're not getting in trouble doing it, then we're going to keep doing it. And that was the whole key to being more like corporate minded. Even though street minded, but you're corporate minded because everybody is being held accountable for the job and the positions that they hold. And I'm not talking about just talk accountability. I mean, when I be talking about pure, straight up accountability type shit. In my house, for me myself, I look at my kids and it works from the top down. The oldest is responsible for everything underneath them, regardless of what the situation is and how they act. I'm always going to start from the top down, because they always say shit roll downhill. When you colorblind and you by yourself doing things, that shit, I mean, that shit ain't got far to roll. When you at the top and you at the bottom, when you the sole reason you where you at. And as individuals, this community cannot survive on a bunch of them. For me, this community has never survived on a bunch of solo artists. Never. I mean, we can throw some great names out there, but I can tie a whole bunch more together and say who was working with who and how they was working with them, who was doing this and who was doing that. He was known for doing this right here, and everybody over here that knew him over there was over there, and that's how he got his job. This game has always been built on that. It's a lot of when you just out here and you're gonna be the next Floyd. Even Floyd, he had the right people getting his hands on the right dogs. Damn well Floyd wasn't out there walking up and down no damn street. Come on now. Just like Bobby Hall was nowhere in the hell you're going to tell me Bobby Hall was going to be running or walking a dog 10 miles. There's got to be somebody that's going to be willing to do that. And when you're in them kind of men's position, they're not just going to get the average Joe that they can't trust, who's going to go out and walk 2 miles and be back and think everything cool, or go out, drink in the bar, hang out, got the dog tied on by the fence or over his boy's house, and then a couple hours later come back like he been walking. See, that untrustworthy shit, because me, I be thinking all that shit's possible. If I don't know you, I don't put nothing by you. So when you taking on the responsibility of something that you can do, or you don't have to do, but if you're going to do it, you're going to do it to, our standards or way of doing it, and you're going to be held accountable for anything less. Can't go get mad and can't go wrong if you're doing it, the way it's set to be done. It's a lot, when you just sole proprietor, it's a lot harder. And the responsibility, falls on you. And I'm telling you, man, time is a terrible thing to waste. And when you get old enough to think back on that, you be like, that was just a waste of time. You spend 10 years with a chick, that's 10 years of your life gone. Y'all see these sad stories. Been with it, chick, damn near 20 years, raising this kid as my son, and then all of a sudden something happened to my son, and guess what? He ain't my son. What happened? That's just 18 years just gone, believing something that really wasn't there, and then think that all them years was gone by, and I can't, it ain't even worth it no more. That's just wasted time. And only because you like this would you ever even want to be going back to deal with some shit like that. And that's just my opinion. because those are things that I feel like people should be held accountable to the most serious degree. Because anything other than that, you just talking to you ain't really about that life. And I gotta see where I'm coming from because accountability go a long way when you're trying to take care of business and stay safe in these streets. That's important. And even though we talking about dogs at night and kennel blindness, I want y'all to take the blinders off and hear what I'm saying so you can get a broader view on the atmosphere and everything that's going on around you when it comes to the American Pit Bull Terrier. Because as a solo artist, you miss so much because you already got enough on your plate. But again, not taking nothing away from them because again, you can get out there and you can have people in the right place, but you're still responsible for all those people because it's almost like they work for you. You know how we say all the people who go out and clean up the shit and all that other stuff. We never had them kind of people. We clean up our own shit. You know, anything you was around to have a dog on that leash and you walking somewhere and you one of them that they got to get some exercise and you want to get on the four-wheeler and ride, you're going to learn about this dog. And as you learn about this dog, your responsibilities, every time you grab one of these dogs, if you want to be around these dogs and us, you're going to learn what to do with it, how to take care of it, how to make sure it don't get hurt, how to protect yourself from these other mutts because you out here now with this dog that you're responsible for, that you're going to be held accountable for based on all you have to do is take them off for an hour or two and come on back. What's so hard about that? But then the whole time, they learning something. They learn a lot more than just about walking a dog. They want to sit down and read, look at the damn papers and understand what it's like. What makes this dog better than that dog? That's the growth of taking the damn blinders off and let's look at it for what it is. At some point, we are going to have to be held accountable for the condition that this community is in when you start talking about moving forward. That's what I'm on. Taking the blinders off and come on. We all said we all got podcasts. We all have something to say. That's cool. Because everybody's got a voice. That's the sole purpose of doing why we do what we doing. Because, we trying to give back. I'm just trying to give it back to the point that when we start talking about these dogs, looking at your yards, guess what? Everybody was there at one point. We always say that. But as you grow, and especially being the times are changing, with times changing, the game changes. So solo artists, you know how that works. Sometimes they can be one-hit wonders. But then when you ain't invested, then you kind of look at them kind of sideways because most of the time from where I'm from, they don't feel like they don't have nothing to lose. But except for, their own shit. I've always felt worried about them type of people only because of that reason. They just built different. Sometimes you got them ones that this, you got people that's invested and everybody take what you're doing together in a serious they don't have no problems in taking that ride. Stay true. Ride it out. What the family's supposed to do. They're supposed to be there for his family. I come from, well, that's just the way I came up. That's how, they need a whole lot of people to have a strong circle. So it's not that I'm dumb to the things that's going on and things that surround me or act like I don't know. It's not nothing like that. It's just trying to get this community to understand that, like kennel blindness is a terrible thing. And the worstest thing about it is look at all the time that will have been wasted before you realize you're kennel blind. At some point, you got to scrap what you're doing and try something new. It's not going to work, then you automatically you jump out there, you put a plan together, and you try something new. Don't keep trying to keep doing something that just don't seem like it's going to ever work, but I got too much invested in it for it not to work. So that means you just going to keep putting more shit in it? You're going to keep doing the same old shit? And see, those things right there is what I be like, it sounds petty, but it's not really petty. It's the most serious thing going on right now in these days and times. It's just a matter of who understand it the way I understand it. Because I have a kennel partner. We do discuss things. We are responsible and we hold each other accountable for the things that we say and do. There's other people that surround us that we hold responsible for the things that they say and do. But they're guaranteed there's a reason why you're in that situation because in some way and somehow you're invested in what we're doing. So you understand why you're invested. Why you understand why I'm going to be accountable for what I'm responsible for to help the betterment of the community. That's where I'm at with that. So let me get this over here to my man over here because he going to have a little bit more say because, I'm one of them ones, like you said, I'm twin one. I don't do nothing but the business side of this. I talk this shit that I talk because I am that one who holds other people accountable for how we do business. See, I'm the one you want to do business with because I'm going to be straight up real with you. It's not going to be a one-sided thing, and I don't handle things in a one-sided way. I think any business transaction is because two people come to an agreement, and based on that agreement means we're going to stand by what we say and how we say we're going to do it. And that's just the way it's going to be. Anything other than that, you have to be held accountable for that. People get sued big money for breaking, contracts. And, shit that ain't no different. Think people, I ain't trying to be no gangster. I'm just telling you business is business. Out here in any world, business is always going to be business, and there's certain types of way business should be handled. And I think that kennel blind shit has a whole lot to do with people not paying attention or overlooking the way business is done, and then cry about the shit like it's okay. And it just goes on and on and on, and years and years and years of that shit. And guess what? We're at the point now that we have to blame it on the old school for the way things are now. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. Last time I checked, I told y'all last show, I ain't had no phones at the pit side. I ain't never been in nowhere and somebody wasn't, everybody was accountable for everybody. I done seen a whole lot. All shapes, forms, colors, occupations, everything. So it wasn't too much I could sit here and say before our time. Remember, they was in shirts and ties and out like it was just leaving church. You see how the old school, how they did it. And we transitioned to what? We don't need no shirt and tie. We got Dickies now. You know? I'm trying to see where we blew it at. Okay, so it was a lot of us doing it. All right. Things get popular, what I say happens, y'all. When things get popular, what are people going to do? And so guess what? Because of that, there are people who are going to find themselves in this game who really don't have no business in the game, and they're going to be the ones that's not going to be able to hold themselves, accountable for the things that they find themselves up in. Like I got my video going, and then I'm smiling at the camera while I'm videoing. And again, I'm thinking about what I'm looking at, and I'm saying, so if he videoing what's going on down there, who the hell is he smiling at this videotaping him? Now, that's just one of them things. I mean, hold on, fellas. This is why the game is in the conditions that is in. If y'all just stop and think about what you're saying and start holding yourself accountable for this type of dumb shit. I mean, you got your damn, hater blockers on. I still say call them blinders because that's what they use on horses. I mean, they use them on horses to keep them from being distracted from shit. They don't want to see it. They don't want them to see what's going on outside them blinders. They want them to be focused on everything that's in front of them. In this game here, we call that shit kennel blindness. Straight kennel blindness. And if that's what hurt this game, then today times proves that. Because now, in our time, everybody wanted the pit bull to get out there. This time, everybody wanted a pit bull to sell it. And for what? That part right there. It's the for what this got in this condition. Because remember, we need to get more shows. We need to get more activity. Y'all keep hearing me say this because regardless of how y'all think we think over here, we're always going to be invested in this community of the American Pit Bull Terrier, even at our age. I seen Floyd's. I see Tom. I see a whole lot of the old school dudes. It just got to be something about these damn dogs that we just don't go home and sit down and just act like they don't exist no more. I'm not in that club by myself. There's a lot of them. That's why I feel comfortable saying what I'm saying. I'm just trying to be as real as I can be about the situation because, again, the last time I checked, I know I'm talking to grown folks. We still talk about these dogs. But we can't talk about the dogs if we're not going to talk about what's going to make this community better. And that's just from my opinion. The rest is up to you guys. I'm turning this on the Mo. Okay, Mo, it's on you, bro. See who all out here in the chat that I missed. He in the tank.
You coming in?
No, he out.
What up? What's up?
Oh, this is gonna be right here. Big Ben.
What's up, buddy?
What up, baby? What up, baby?
Man, get some energy in this show. What's going on?
Not much, man. What's happening, Ben? Hold on. Let me get you set up
see
here.
you, boy. What's happening?
What's up, baby?
I see. What's going on?
Ain't that
My
man?
clear, is everything good? You know, I don't know how to do this stuff.
You know how to talk, though.
I do that, you know.
Mm-hmm. What's up, man?
Hey, now you looking good. I see you over there. You looking good.
See, soon you might get off being called. Okay, read on. Mo got it. I'm coming. Hold on, bro. What's up, Ben?
What's happening?
Hold on, while Mo get that together. Ben, introduce yourself, man. Well, everybody know you're DB3. You know, I'm always shouting y'all a little Ben. But hey, fella, I'm gonna introduce my man right here. He always out there hanging out with y'all. I'm finally getting him to come in. This is my little, like, protege, one of my first little proteges when we transferred got in Ohio. My man Ben been around and seen a lot of things. He then got up there in age, and he finally came on the show to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, y'all done pulled me off the chain. Y'all done pulled me off the chain. I tried to stay back here and bark a little bit. I was cool back here.
Okay. Hey, Ben, I found them pictures a little bit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Took me a little minute to find them, but I found them. That's what we didn't come home with an empty crate, though, did we?
Oh no. Hey, if y'all crazy asses would have, if Ace would have pulled that shit off, man. But it is what it is. It was the start of something big, though. It was the start of something. But if that right there, that story, and y'all two crazy asses, oh man. But it was the start of something big, though.
Yes, sir. We had a good reason to be there.
Yeah.
I think we just left a lot of ride home. We lost to some down where, but we definitely had a good reason to be there.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
What's
Ben,
up, though?
ain't
y'all
that,
gotta guide me through this thing. I ain't trying to do too much, man.
well, all you got to do is just talk about your time out there with the GHK, man.
All right, well, we'll start from the beginning then, man.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna guide and fly with you, man. What brought you into the dogs anyway, man?
All right. Well, we ain't gonna start with the boring stories, but German Shepherds as a kid, but as a little kid, I studied like the dog world books like we did the journals. So by the time I caught up to y'all, well, before that, the German Shepherds, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had one that passed. And so my pops was like, I'm gonna get you another one, whoop-de-whoop, this, that, and the other. And I know this would have been top of the line. You know, I ain't gonna speak too much because Pops is Pops. That's my main man. So I would have got a champion, whatever. But he was taking a little too long. So I see my peoples across the street, they got a paper route, so I slide up on. Like 12, 13 years old. Hey, man, how I get into this thing y'all doing right here? And so I got me a paper route. So on my paper route, I was cutting grass, doing leaves. I ain't really do too much of the snow, you know what I'm saying? So I'm hustling and got my money and got my own damn dog. And it was the little, as y'all called it, the one-ear shepherd, you know what I'm saying? That was y'all called me y'all first seen.
Right.
But paid like $80 for it. And like I say, we went to a little Pops just looked at it, he took me. I said, Pops, I got my own money, man. I'm trying to get me a dog. You know what I'm saying? So he just looked at me. He wanted him a dog, I guess. So we go out to Barberton or whatnot, down in a little basement. They had a basement set up, shepherds all in there. And that little thing came and bit me. Bam! I said, well, shit, I guess this the one. You know what I'm saying? So I got papers, I got pedigrees, because like I say, from the Dog World magazines, I used to get free brochures. I'm studying that, getting Leela Bird books and all that. So on my route, I caught two of my mentors. The first guy, he had German Shepherds and Akitas. So that's when I started going to confirmation shows, specialty shows, because he was showing the Shepherds, and then also Shitson, or IPOs that they call them now. And so now I'm around that. So I come around the block, and I got the little one ear, you know, we walk. I see two crazy, y'all niggas crazy. But I see y'all too, y'all outside, noise, everything else. Look at little man, little one ear, you know, y'all 0 to 100 and stuff. But now y'all showing me how to train it or whatnot, and from then, that was our connection. I don't know for sure if y'all had two Dogemens on Bellevue or not, but I just know after that, the whirlwind started. Because now y'all teach me, you know, Kegler stuff, and, you know, really, you know, y'all show me, like, every time y'all show me a new thing, and then I go do it, and this and that. So y'all teach me how to train dogs. So now, I didn't see y'all there too long. Now y'all end up with the house. Then y'all got all y'all stuff that y'all do, and I see all the bulldogs back there. You gotta think it. Akron as a little kid, them bulldogs was everywhere, but you only see them at certain times. You see them like 8 o'clock in the morning. You see them like in the morning, and then sundown. You see people with bulldogs like on dog tires just walking down the street. You see giant walking down here to clean and clean, and they just wagging their tail. I mean, but you won't see them no more. But they're everywhere, you know what I'm saying? And then you had a guy, by the baseball field, he had a yard for the bulldogs, you know what I'm saying? And you see him every day walking. You see him every day. But now to y'all over there at y'all house, got the tree, and y'all got all y'all stuff, you got the garage. But that back line full of dogs. I'm like, oh shit, I'm having bulldogs, nigga. I just thought they was trainers. You know what I'm saying? Because all I knew was the Doberman, Apollo. But I really think y'all had a double. Because remember, this is 80s. Mm-hmm. This is the 80s, man, when I met y'all. I met y'all in the 80s, man. And so, then, y'all just let me walk the dog, and that was my start. Now, that's the start of Little Bean. Me and the bulldogs. My pops don't want to let me get them because I was crazy in the sport. But me and the bulldogs, and I'm out there watching them. And that is the most beautiful thing that all dogmen really know. That's your start. And I'm watching them from puppies all the way up. That's why I'm called with them puppies. But it's that walk. People don't understand that walk. People be thinking about keeps and this and that. But it's that walk. Them dogs is maturing in front of you if you know what you're looking at. You watching the puppies, you watching them, might get scared here and there. You might not. And then the way, you know what I'm saying, in the future, not now, but in the future, I was cold with the walk and with different stuff because you socializing and you bonding. So if a lot of people listen to the schoolboy stuff and all that, I was doing that, you know, like all that stuff he doing. But like I say, I'm taking them carnivals, I'm taking them this and that. But it's only like 5 minutes. I ain't got them in there, but I just need them. Just I'm making them environmentally sound, and I'm raising like a family dog, or I'm raising a complete dog. And that walk, you see it because you're watching them mature. And then the stuff that you see is just repetition now. But you want to take them on different courses. You want to let them grow up and smell things. You just let them grow up and be dogs, man. That walk is very important, man. If you study them and you want to be a trainer, because you're learning different behaviors, because all dogs is different. So you learning what you're dealing with just on them walks, man. But that's the start, you know, and we can go anywhere from there after that. Because just raising is my main thing, because I always wanted to be a trainer. You know what I'm saying? So that was my thing, training aspect. I mean, like how y'all used to give me the Kegler books, like, it was hands-on first, but then the studying, you know. But we can go anywhere if you want to ask about judos, the pressures, the this and that, you know. My main man was Ratchet, because I really dealt with Ratchet a lot. But I don't know how fast we want to go and how you want to do it. But we going down memory lane for real. But you know,
It been
I know
being.
judo was like the first brat for real. So I'm gonna tell you about judo since that's the first brat, cause we gonna try to get some energy in here. But judo, little Brendo, little red, Brendo orange, or whatever the hell he is. But judo was nice, slim build, this, that, and the other. But I take him on. He was on go 24/7, loved him to death. But I was not scared of him. I was scared for both of us. Because judo, I can just tell you one incident. And I probably walked him maybe once or twice after that. Me and y'all little brother, we walked him. So we made a stop to the candy lady house, man. So now we pulling all our tools and fuels and trying to get some candy real quick. I'm holding judo and shit. I pass y'all little brother the money. And judo hit this damn statue, man. It was like a statue donkey plant, 40, 50 something pounds. Hit that shit. Oh, shit. I'm rubbing him. I'm walking, I'm checking him out, he's shaking out and loosening up, and it was so quick, it was like a cobra. Cause we not really paying attention, cause we chilling trying to get us some candy. And hello! I hope he ain't breaking no shit. I hope he ain't Chief. I'm sitting there, I was like, man, I got that damn dog. Oh man, shit. I used to walk him a lot, but hell no. They love this mother. Now me and Ratchet, that was my homeboy. So me and Ratchet, and he was kind of the typical bulldog because he had the nice head and this and that. I like the smaller ones, like the Pressures and this and that. But he was like the ones everybody has seen and loved. You know what I'm saying? So I got his big bully tail out there, man. Me and Ratchet, I learned so much off of Ratchet, though, man. I learned so much because I dealt with him more than all of them, for real. So, yeah. And then Pressure, that was my baby, but she was probably only like 20-something damn pounds. And, y'all was teaching me the puppies how to worm. I mean, I learned so much, but y'all didn't take me anywhere, man. Remember, I don't know how to do this shit. Y'all just got me talking,
but you're doing good, man. You telling your story, man. You're doing fine.
All right. Well, I was shit. I keep rolling then, shit, because we don't keep it just on the love of the American Bulldog and how it taught me to complete my dream. And I competed in French ring sport, you know what I'm saying? Because I did do my dog training stuff, because that's what the Bulldog did. But the history and just everything about the Bulldog and the lessons and everything y'all taught me made me a bad motherfucker when I step over to the other arenas. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where I was going anyway. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to do obedience and compete and this, that, and the other. I just always wanted a Bulldog to be my house dog. That was my baby because that was my favorite dog of all time. And, I was probably going to deal with other breeds, but that Bulldog was going to be in that house with, But, all right, well, from judo down, and then you got Paulo, then you got Bo. I really didn't mess with y'all guard dogs. I loved them to death, but y'all guard dogs was guard dogs. I mean, I can touch them and do this and that, but I had total respect for them dogs. I didn't play with them dogs, man. I didn't play with them guard dogs. I loved them, and they was all top of the line, but we going with the hands-on from there. We did the worm. Y'all taught me all that stuff, but the main thing is the studying and how much information y'all had that nobody would never see now as we break down. But once we break down, that's when them sharks come out, and if all the big boys come through. So y'all gotta help guide me with this stuff. But like when we studying, I mean, it might be some lying going on, it might even be some wrestling going on, and we talking bulldogs, man. We good. It goes 0 to 100 in that thing, man. But all that study, like the Truth magazines, I think they was like 1960 stuff. Like the studying that we did, it was so much, man. Y'all had so much information from like the 1900s. I mean, some of these stuff y'all had class like antiques, but y'all, man, these people don't know how much information y'all really had. They just think y'all crazy, this, that, and the other, but they don't know like them private times when we in there getting it in. You know what I'm saying? Getting it in, and then different people come through. Y'all in there. Oh shit! Like it's a wrestling in there. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, we back to the Bulldogs. It just man, this Bulldog like crazy, man. But that studying. This shit real, but y'all just throw something out there. That's what we did, man, just from the start. I mean, mind y'all, I'm only like 12, 13 seeing this, so, I mean, it's just so much stuff. Remember, they were producers. Shit, I met X-Clan on tour buses with them. I mean, they was football coaches, but y'all can take it anywhere. We just talking dogs, though. Remember, man, I've been drinking smoking. I ain't trying to be on here like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but go ahead, man. You know, like you said, we was in a lot of things right at that time.
Right. Shit, remember I've been around from shit teenager till now. Shit, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
if y'all want to talk about the start going down into Virginia, now Virginia's a whole new thing.
I want to talk about that day you was coming down the street and them boys tried to snatch your bike.
Yeah, crazy ass. All right, man. I'm about 14. I'm on the moped. I had a what's that? That silver bullet shit, that type of shit. Motherfucker, the dude at the goddamn spot. I was supposed to get a damn big ass scooter. That nigga looked at me and said, "Hell no." So my dad was like, "Fuck, let me get him a moped," because I was trying to. It was like an MB5 or a big ass scooter. But long story short, like I said, I'm feeling good, y'all. Shit. I'm riding down the street, man, minding my own, because I'm about to come fuck with my dogs, man. So these niggas out here tried to set up a thing and try to knock me down or try to do whatever. I said, damn, I come in the crib. Hey, crazy ass mama out here. You know, I'm a little kid cussing. You know, I'm grown now. You know, I'm around there, I'm grown cussing. He come out this house, man. He got Apollo coming out the house. Man, shit going down, man. Reason, go get that. You know what I'm saying? He sitting in the back, call out. He out there swagging on all of them. The dog chasing shit going down. I'm like, oh shit, I think just trying to knock me off the moped. So I ride down here, go catch Mike. I mean, I don't want to tell all everybody. You know, they go get the crew. You know what I'm saying? So next thing you know, they come up here, but shit, Reese really didn't handle that shit, man. That shit was, he's just crazy, man. But I love it. I love it to death. But yeah, where y'all want to go with it, man?
Hey,
we're gonna get out because this is gonna be my last time talking on this shit. So we gonna get this shit in.
Well, I'm trying to give peace.
Going hard is a lifestyle. It ain't a kennel, nigga. We go hard, nigga.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lifestyle. It ain't, it's a lifestyle.
Tell me about pressure.
Pressure, my little baby. Pressure is any dog man's dream to have on your yard, man.
She had the perfect name, didn't she? She had the perfect name, didn't she?
Yeah. But she was the best. I mean, she gonna teach your babies. You know what I'm saying? She gonna teach your babies. Yes, and you know, she gonna teach your babies. You want that one. You want her. I mean, people don't even understand. I can't hear you. I see you talk, but I can't hear you.
Oh, don't look at the screen because everything on that screen is a little late.
You already knew it through me. I told you I don't know what the hell I'm doing. You already knew what I was doing.
Right. Yeah. So you know.
You already knew it. I like what the hell going on. What did he say? Shit, I'm over talking to you. What's happening?
Go ahead though, Ben. When we first started, when you was young, and I let you start taking dogs off the yard. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. In that experience, how did your understanding of the training in the dog game, how did you develop between the two? You know, you were a kid, you were a young kid, and you were around a lot of things. You know, we exposed you to a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
A lot of hood stuff, a lot of things. So you know.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, get into some of that, and you know, inner parts. You know, your growth.
Like far as watching the dogs are the life teachings, because you know I was tripping, because y'all schooled me on one thing that was a major thing, and then I'll see if it can get me back into your situation.
Well, you know, you grew up.
Remember when I'm out there walking the dogs, and remember, like, the crib, it was bulldogs everywhere. So now people seeing me, and then I got so many names, little big time, little da-da-da, skip-de woo. But y'all was already known, and that was the blessing. But I was bringing people back to the spot. You know what I'm saying? I was bringing people back, and y'all had to sit me down and teach me my lesson. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't like a lesson, but a lesson like, hey, we can't be bringing people by, basically. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And cool, shut that down. So now I'm just out, you know what I'm saying? Just walking, enjoying life and watching them bonding with the dogs. As far as all dogs is the same to me. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like personalities and temperaments and this and that. I call it, like, once we get into the Virginia stuff and once we get into the real stuff, like far as the genes and this and that, and far as you and the kennel partner arguing and putting the formula together, I call what I do is like waking the genes up, because I feel whatever in them is in them. That's just in them. Now I want to make it the best possible it can be. Like, just wake it up, keep it a happy, healthy dog. Now, whatever you're supposed to be, you're going to be. But now I'm going to give you every opportunity to be what you're going to be. You know, whether it's going to be dog diving, whether you're going to be, you know what I'm saying? I want you to be able to go anywhere. If it's a storm, if it's this and that. Like I say, like when I advanced to my stuff down in Virginia, when I used to get the little poppers, I'm walking the dogs and I'm throwing poppers on the ground. I'm walking the dogs, I might even throw a firecracker, you know what I'm saying? I might even shoot up a rocket, pow! So now they used to just different noises. I take them to the lumber yards and let them hear this and that. I'm exposing them to everything, every possible thing. They're going to be around smoke. They're going to be around kids. They're going to be around loud music. Remember, we had 10s and 12s in our car. So they're going to be, you know what I'm saying? Any of my dogs can handle anything. They're going to be around kids. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be around infants. But like I say, it ain't even got to be long. Just socializing and experiencing it. You got to think how many dogs that went to places and then tails between their legs. You know what I'm saying? Right. No, man, I want you to drop a bomb. And my dog gonna lay right here, and I'm gonna blow smoke in his face. Yeah, niggas tripping. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I want my dog to be solid.
Hey, Ben.
Now, whatever field you get into, that's on you. But you ready for whatever. Right. That's what I want my dogs to be. I want my dogs to, anywhere you go, you chilling. What do you think them boys out there in the street with them damn dogs walking them? I mean, I don't want to call them that, but the people who kind of homeless and got them dogs. Them dogs is ready. They done socialized. They done seen everything. Them dogs is right there.
You talking about the bums and their dogs?
Yeah, I just didn't want to call them that. You feel me?
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? Them are some of probably the most solidest dogs out there. Them is a team.
You ever see me have my guard dogs tied up?
Yeah, now that you was training, everything was in the house. You know.
So you ain't never seen me.
Like I say, your last house was the only house that had kennels. Everything else was on the chain, and they definitely wasn't on no damn chain.
That's what I was saying. You ever seen any of my guard dogs on a chain tied up somewhere? They always ran loose, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I always kept them in the house.
With them, man. Yeah, I ain't mess with them damn dogs. Man.
Yeah, I always kept them in the house.
Remember the story I always tell you about your son, right? I come back up from Virginia. I got the girl in the car and everything. I'm about to blow it out. I walk up the little step. And Bo at that damn door. The screen busted. Dog big as the kid. Bo looking at me, growling and snarling. I'm looking back at the old girl. I got my black and mild in my mouth. I'm looking at this damn dog. Y'all upstairs doing, y'all don't know what the hell y'all at, man. But I'm at this damn door, this damn dog growling. And the dog bigger than the kid. Oh, Lord. And I'm looking at the old girl. I'm sitting there trying to hold my composure, but I'm shaking like a skeleton in this motherfucker. Oh, Lord, Bo. And I know you know me, but you know me inside the house. Once I'm inside, I'm good, but I know you don't know nobody. So, your son put me on the spot. Reese, your son put me on the spot, man. Remember, I got the T-top, so she's seeing everything going on, but she ain't seeing it. Like, come on, little Ben. Come on, Lord have mercy. Damn. You know what I'm saying? I came over there, it was cool, but Lord, I don't mess with y'all guard dogs, man. And I know they train to a T, but they also be tripping. They will snap. Y'all, they got a mind of their own. Y'all be have to correct them too, cause they get at y'all. Shit, y'all guard dogs crazy, man. But they train to a T though. They train to a T.
The only one I was worried about was Gizmo.
Well, that was the Rottweiler?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you was gonna send me that thing, and you said, "Nah, little bit, I couldn't send you this one."
No. See, I had them ones. I called them my street beaters. You owe me some money. We're gonna go back here and we're gonna have an office talk with Gizmo.
Well, y'all had them Dobermans tripping at the club.
Right.
I don't know if it's some man broke up, but y'all, man, ain't nobody when you come in there. I'm laughing. I'm watching people try to come in and Doberman up underneath the table while y'all collecting money. I said, man, I'm not messing with you. Doberman's at the club. Why you collecting money? You forcing people to pay, man. You either gonna come in or go, man. Doberman's at the club, man.
You keep them up. You know how people they don't know how to act. You gotta keep your, you know, I don't need a security team. I need security guards.
Right, man. You know? And they was off the chain. And the thing is, when I really say jeans, you know what really showed me besides Ace and Brad them, because there's other dogs out there. We on Ace and Brad, they cool. But little baby girl, and that was Bo's daughter, I believe. Yeah. And that was a Lilleberg bred one. And it was my fault. They told me don't take it. Cause you told me, go over there, man. Get every puppy you want, man. It's on you, man. And so people don't even know. When you tell little B, that's what he said. But even though I shouldn't have did it, but I did it. Shit, I wanted to see what y'all seen too. For some reason, I picked the same puppy that y'all wanted to keep, but that kind of told me my eye was my eye. I'm like, oh, I got an eye for real now. You know what I'm saying? No, that's Reese up. Yeah, I said, Reese up and get whatever I want. But that was little baby girl. So with baby girl, I never put her. She was just like, I never had her on the leash. But she was little, because I was probably about 4 or 6 weeks old. But when I say genes, and when you producing something, do you know that little dog, man? I'm walking her, and she either be in lead or she be this and that. But she was warning. Anything that I'm like, that little puppy. But I usually just let her just watch her just do her thing. And I'm like, you just watch, man. Like, people don't understand them genes and them blood. While we study them papers so much, even though half of that shit a lie, but that's why your eye gotta be your eye. See, I call us mad scientists, man. For the simple fact why I say mad science, because the way we study these pedigrees, the way we do this and that, way the medicine, this and that, but we trying to produce the ultimate dog of our breed. That's what the mad science is doing. We is creating the best. We find out what the standard is, and we trying to be the best. So if you're a true dog, man, you definitely a mad scientist, because what we always say, improving the breed. So how's you going to improve the breed?
That's true.
You know, I believe in them genes, man. But your eye, to watch, and what is you building? What is you looking for? This dog kind of shot. Like the dog that they got from me. Bad, Malinois, bad. But I knew one thing. He had a breaking point. I knew it, but a regular trainer, you got to take him there. An average person ain't going to take him there. So what do I need to do? I will go find me some good blood that's going to go with, first and foremost. But I wouldn't mind finding something crazy, because now I'm going to bring what I need. See, we building what you don't have in a dog, and you trying to produce something that's going to make that package. If you want speed, bring that speed to it. Bring that, in your bloodlines, but you find it, so your eye is first. Like we always say, the dog make the papers. Now, if the papers are saying it's kind of correct, this and that, because you got to think, them papers been messed up. We just trying to find close as possible. Them papers messed up somewhere. But now we trying to find where we got the most of this gene. Well, I guess that is a yellow. You know what I'm saying? You act like what? You know, you got it while you got the eye, you know what I'm saying? And then, now what did the paper say again? Well, how'd that work? Shit, just say Eli. You know what I'm saying? How the hell? I say Eli, and this damn thing don't look nothing like Eli, you know, but it ain't look. But you know what I'm saying, though. You got to know what your dogs is, man. People got to study, man. And it ain't about papers. Look. Get outside and look, man. See the dog, watch. Look at these damn dogs. Walk these damn dogs. And now if you playing with different ones, you kind of know. And then I remember back in the day, because you got me all over the place, but we used to do yard visits till niggas start stealing everything. Yard visits were so fun, man. Meeting, reading, and walking the yard. I was on Russian Bill's yard. I mean, show me down to Tennessee. I don't know half these, but man, I'm on yard visits, man. Sitting down, talking, and seeing dogs. Now you watching how they act, and now you seeing how we ain't talking about no damn papers. How does damn dog act? You know, what the hell is it? Now, once the papers come, I'm trying to blend and start putting something together and trying to correct my shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to see some shit. Fuck them damn papers. Fuck these damn computers. We was out there. Y'all taught me so much, man. Because y'all boys in them 80s, y'all was up and down that damn highway. Y'all was going to see some shit.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to go, but y'all was up and down that highway, man. As soon as I got my chance, I grabbed my map and I got my ass up and down that highway. You heard what I said? Map, not no GPS.
Hold on, Ben.
Hey, meet me at the light, and then by that 500 and 2 houses down, the red house, we right there, okay? And we on the highway, nigga, shit.
Hold on, Ben. Hold on 1 second.
Chico, Nicholas, what up, fam?
Trey in the building.
Okay. So what's up, fam? Now I got Ben and Chico on the line. What's up, y'all? Look at you.
What's happening?
Ain't nothing, man.
What's happening, nephew?
Ben, he talking to you, man. You nephew.
What's happening?
Hey man, listen, I got a crazy story to tell. Alright, when I first met Going Hard, I think Brat was she probably was like a no time nothing, right? So what I did is, I just was like my man right here, I just was like nephew. You had the Akitas, you had the German Shepherd, you had the Rottweilers and all that. I remember I said, you know what? I'm going to give me a damn pit bull. So I flipped the pages, talked to Anthony Robinson, talked to David Tech, Carl Cruz. He told me about Classic, that bitch could go ahead and, do her business or whatever and put 2 fingers into a dog's head and all kind of weird shit. So I'm like, damn, that excited me. So I flipped I'm flipping the pages or whatever, and I seen Going Hard. I said, Going Hard Kennels. I said, that's me. Because at that time, I was going hard. I was in my prime, and you know what I mean? And I was going hard. So I said, I called these boys, and I said, hey, man, all I heard about the pit bulls, I said, hey, I want a blue mouth gator dog. And then all I heard was click. I said, but damn, they must don't have AT&T like we do. Because their phone service is bad. So I ended up calling back. And I said, hey, man, you know what? I want a red pit bull. And the person on the other line said, a red pit bull? I heard click. I say, damn. I say, well, wherever they at, they got some bad phone service. So I called back again. The person on the other end of the phone said, what you know about pit bulls? What you know about pedigrees? I said, pedigrees? I said, I know pit bulls is blue, ain't they, and red, and they pedigrees, I don't know nothing about that. The other person on the line said, listen, I'm going to give you, I think it was 10 dogs that when you call me back, when I ask you about these dogs, and I ain't going to line them up, I'm going gonna ask you about Jeep. I'm gonna ask you about Red Boy. When you call me back, if you don't have these dogs pedigrees down pat, I'm not selling you no dogs, or I'm not telling you nothing about. I'm not telling you nothing about pit bull.
Did we lose you? You still there?
Oh
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh.
Everybody's still here. Chico, you still there?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
go
here.
ahead. Okay, it seemed like you went out for a minute. Go ahead, Chico.
Right. So they wouldn't tell me nothing about no dogs, no pedigrees, or nothing. So yeah, I'm here.
Stop watching the TV. Stop watching the TV.
So what we do is, so what I do is I study. Like I'm nothing. They wouldn't tell me about nothing. So what they do? So what they do is,
Chico, you're going in and out for some reason.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you're going in and out. It's like 1 minute you're saying a couple of words and then you're going dead.
Okay. Let me go back in. Let me go back into the beer. So what they do is, they tell me, they say, listen. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
Stop listening to the TV.
Just talk.
Just talk.
All right. So I'm in the bedroom too.
Okay, so just talk because you're trying to catch on to the TV and the TV's got a delay compared to the live. So you can't pay attention to the TV. Just talk.
We're on the phone.
Uh-huh. All right. So what I do is what they do is they tell me, they say, so what they do is they say, so I cut it off.
Okay.
I cut it off.
Okay, because you're trying to hear yourself.
I cut it off. So what? Okay.
You there, Chico?
I'm here.
Okay.
Go ahead, man. You was like, you've been on this one part for like 5 minutes. Okay, you got your task. I gave you a task to do.
Well, let me finish this part. Let me finish.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Let me finish this. I'm here. Let me finish this part. You didn't. Right. So you say I'm going back out. So I'm going back in here where you get some good reception. I got you.
Stop listening to the TV because it's a delay. You far ahead of what you're gonna be hearing.
You're on the phone, man. You shouldn't have to worry about that. Just talk on the phone.
Just talk on the phone.
Chico, you're not on the phone.
I'm still here.
I mean, I know you called in, right? So are you listening to me on the phone? No, you can't be.
Chico.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting on nephew to speak his piece.
No.
But I can go ahead and finish, and then that's it.
Okay, because you gotta look. We know you listening to the phone. You're talking on the phone, but you're trying to listen on the TV. That's not going.
Yeah, I'm in the man cave right now.
Okay, because you keep stopping and you having these blank spots like you're trying to connect to the TV and the phone, and that's not working very well for you.
Right.
So just talk on the phone.
Just talk on the phone. Don't worry about nothing that's going on the TV because you are way behind if you're watching the TV. Okay? Take the TV out the equation.
Right.
And just talk.
And just talk.
Go ahead, man. So what happened?
Ben, and you was worried about you. Ben, and you was worried about you?
Yeah.
Okay, now you ain't nothing like that, is you? Okay, you ought to feel good now. You ought to feel good, Ben. Okay?
Line me up, man.
You know me, I got 2 iPhones. So I can call you from this one or the other one. So anyway, I just wanted to just tell the people about.
Tell the people about what? Go ahead, man. See, I know you still listening.
Hey, Reeks, I got a question, man. We can get this thing popping.
Okay.
Hey, why did you never go back to get that little Mikey bloodline out of that Millbuster? Because it seemed like you should have used. I mean, once you went there, your route, you stayed that route. But I thought that was some little Mikey. I thought little Mikey was special though.
Little Mikey was special. Remember, he got stolen with judo.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but why you didn't never go back and try to get that blood though?
We did. We're going to try this again. We got on freeze there for a second. We're going to let it twirl in. And as soon as it come back up, we'll take off from there. Okay, we back up. All right. I'm gonna go to Lil Ben first because Lil Ben was talking about Little Mikey.
Oh, yeah.
Lil Ben, now go ahead and ask the question right after we froze, you got into that conversation. What was the question that you asked me?
Like, I wonder why y'all didn't go back to that bloodline, though. But I see the Buck stuff, the little Compton, the Dolly, the G. So, yeah, you was still using it. But I just didn't know why you ain't go back heavy with that or alcohol. I mean, because Little Mikey was a bad boy, man.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Little Mikey was the start of something big, too, though.
Remember, Little Mikey was really outside of Amber. Little Mikey was the first Red Boy dog to hit the yard. It had Red Boy. Remember, if you look at his pedigree.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good breed.
And again, this
Mikey was a bad boy, man. Rough, too. I mean, even as a puppy, he was rough. But he looked like the Gator Boy's Little Mikey, though. To me, that's what he looked like to me, though.
That's what he did look like him, didn't he?
He looked just like Gator Boy's Little Mikey.
This was Little Mikey here, guys, the one that we won Best in Show with over the Legion of Doom. Now, remember these dogs in this pedigree? If you notice, I never forgot about them dogs. I never forgot about Little Mikey.
Okay.
Because if you notice, everything that we did after that, remember we bred the Rocker Stonewall. You know what I'm saying? So we got that part out the way. Remember we had the Triple Jeep bitch. We had the Jeep female. Remember we bred the Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice was off of Rocky. Little Buck was off of Yellow Buck. They go Buck. You know what I'm saying? And we still dealing with that Bailey's Bingo.
Oh, that's dynamite.
So, and the dog, RC Boys Champion Magnum, remember we beat Jughead with judo. And Jughead was off of Magnum. Judo's second match, we won into that. He was a 2-time winner going for his championship, and he was off of Magnum. RC and the So Boys Champion Magnum. So Millbuster gave that dog to my KP as a puppy, because we had him as a puppy. And man, your job was to take care of little Mikey, wasn't it?
Yeah, little Mikey. And he was a hood legend. Everybody loved that damn. I mean, like I say, because he had a nice little building, that bow-leg look, this, that, and the other. But like I say, that was just... Because y'all got to think, I was only like 20 years old, 19, 20 years old, man. I had 2 cribs, cars, running 10 dogs, damn near 21, 22 years old by that time. Young, man.
But you were in Virginia and you had responsibility of the dogs, because now you done grew up.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I sent you with Brad. I sent you with damn near all the dogs, didn't I?
Yeah. I had Brad like at 4 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, her and Ace. I had, like I say, 2 sweet with the first one. I had him down there 4 weeks. Y'all ain't want to take on that barking ass, though. That was my main man, though. Like I said, that was the first one, so it is what it is. Then Mikey. Then I had Evil. That was that suburbanite Paul Satan.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, homegirl. You know, homegirl. What was I had down there? That might have been it with y'all, but then I had other little shit. Because like I said, I met them boys. I guess they was called East Coast Assassin. That's when I met Parker. He was ready to cuss me out because of y'all. He said, tell Parker he ain't nothing but a good conditioner. Because I only seen him twice. And I told him that he got to we got to talk of that stuff.
Are you talking about Russian Bill?
No, Parker.
Oh, okay.
No, that Russian Bill story. Man, y'all niggas, man. The Russian Bill was so crazy that, see, what people don't know, like I say, by us being, you know what I'm saying, us, anywhere we go, like back then, it wasn't no computers, so that phone, you just pick up that phone, man. Anywhere you at, you pick up that phone, and shit, conversations get started.
For hours.
So I'm over here at Russian Bill. This on a late night now.
For hours.
Because we didn't walk the yard, this and that. I can't believe he was doing all that, because I think it was like him, his wife, and he said he might have had a yard hand, but man, that boy had a lot of dogs out there. I think that was all that handsome. That's when I started finding out about that handsome stuff. That triple I, she had what else she had? Probably about that, because that's how I learned about handsome. I know that was such Indian booty on his brother and shit like that. Well, long story short, anywhere I go, I make my call. Call these niggas. I put Reese on the phone, and I just see Russian Bill's face just looking. I hear on the other, I said, oh man, he's 0 to 100. Oh. And I got, and mind you, somebody brought me there. So I was just sitting there, and I just got to suck it up. I was just looking, and it ain't 0 to 100 because it's late night. It ain't 0 to 100 with Russian Bill probably telling me everything else. And they'll knock you out too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they saying, but man, y'all niggas crazy.
No, he came at me like I was a rookie.
And he looked at me and said, how long you been in the game? I just left it alone. I just fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it, man.
What is that?
Yeah, but I already know. It's either going to be this way or it's going to be that way. So. Yeah. And then, like I said, he keep telling me, but it was an editor I went to. And he like had a mobile home. It was like big on sticks. And he had all them dogs back there. But I don't want to speak too much of it. But Twin keep telling me it was such and such. But it was an editor of a magazine. I went to his house. It's Tennessee somewhere. I don't know who. I can't remember. You know, my mind ain't great. But I went to another spot too. And he was been the editor, man. I don't know if he was the editor of the journal or not. But whoever editor down there in Tennessee got all them damn dogs. I was down there, but I ain't gonna speak too much on that because I thought it should have been a little better than the stuff I've seen out there. So, but I ain't gonna speak on it.
He had garbage. Just say that much. It wasn't clean.
No, I mean just the care.
The care.
You would think, because I know he probably famous, because he is an editor. I don't know who is that. It's Tennessee though. You know what I'm saying?
It probably was California Jack if he was.
I mean, they were cool, but like I say, when you see something, sometimes it is what it is. Oh, this how y'all get down, huh? You know what I'm saying? I was gonna leave it at that. Yep. This how y'all get down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now let me get over here to Chico. Chico, you were telling us a story about the first time me and you talked, and I told you, I gave you a list of these dogs, and I said next time you talk to me, you better be able to tell me everything about these dogs. Take it from there.
Yeah, man, you gave me like 10 pedigrees. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking in my head, you know how Detroit people is. We could be a little arrogant.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, how in the hell is these guys that's in the journal, which I don't know nothing about the journal. I'm like, how in the world is they telling me anything about some damn dogs? You know what I'm saying? I didn't do what they didn't do. And I'm sure that they money getters are, you know what I'm saying? If they from the soil, if they from Chicago or Indiana or Detroit, yeah, they about that business. So I already know how they get out. So when I called you, I said, you know what? I want a blue mouth gator dog. And back in the day, that kind of was like a name or whatever. Yeah, I want a gator dog, a blue gator dog. One of y'all hung up on me. Then I called back a week later, and I said, well, I want a red mouth gator dog. You hung up on me again. So I'm thinking like to myself, I'm like, they phone system can't be AT&T. They might be with my bills or some shit like that, because our phones don't hang up like that. Or maybe they got 2 soup cans with a string in between. I don't know. I just know I keep getting hung up on, and I don't know why. So I called back the 3rd week, and one of y'all picked up the phone, and y'all said, hey man, listen, what you keep calling here for? I said, man, I'm trying to get a good breed dog. One of y'all said, listen, I'm going to tell you something. You want to buy a dog from us? I said, yeah. Y'all said, we really don't sell dogs. And I think Brett, like I said, Brett was probably a no time nothing, or maybe a one gunner. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, cool. Well, the Brett, whatever. So you told me, you say, study this pedigree. And then on top of that, study these 10 pedigrees. And then on top of that, study these more 5 pedigrees. And then when you call me back, you better know who the mommy is, the daddy is, the grandmama, the granddaddy, the great-grandmama, and the great-granddaddy. So I said, you got to be smoking. He was like, nah, bro, you smoking. So I said, how in the world am I supposed to go ahead and remember all these damn dogs' names? Shit, I got 4 kids, and sometimes I don't even remember their damn names. You said, well, look, if you want to go ahead and talk to us, you better remember these dogs' names. And I remember, outside of, I think, me getting my GED, me graduating from welding school, I had never studied anything that much in my life. And what that taught me was humbleness. Because when I first met, when I first met Joe Abraham, he was like, okay, hey man, how you doing? What's going on? You know what I mean? I told him a little bit about myself, and he handed me a garbage can and a shovel. I said, well, what's this for? You got some gardening you supposed to do or whatever? And he said, no, you about to scoop up some shit. I went to Ed Fanning Yard. He did the same thing. I went to Big Ralph Yard. He did the same thing. And I'm thinking, like, how in the world is these people? I'm from Detroit. Do you hear me? I'm from the Motor City. I'm from the Maury Gator. I'm from the Cartier Glasses. I'm from Detroit City. How in the world can these people, expect us, to shovel some doo-doo? But at the same time, you know what? It taught me humbleness. It taught me a lot of humbleness. Because I call y'all sometime now. I just called you today, so you already know. But anyway, times when you talk about certain issues, you know what I mean, I feel like I might be that first person that's on the first pew. You know, when you go to church, you be like, well, damn, is the pastor talking about me? I be feeling it. I know exactly probably what I done did that was effed up even at my age right now. But anyway, getting back to the story, you told me, you said, listen, learn these pedigrees and call me back. So I learned the pedigrees, and then when I called you back, you said, well, you said, can you spit them? And I said, yeah, I can spit them right quick. You said, what's Tab pedigree? I spit it. Well, what's Irene pedigree? I spit it. Well, what's Grand Champion Yellow's pedigree? I spit it. So I spit everything. I spit all the pedigrees, and I study, and I study, and I study. So you say all you gotta do is we don't have no puppies, but all you gotta do is just go ahead and get a dog along these lines or whatever. And I remember my brother, cause I got a twin that was we was dealing with them folks out there on the East Coast, and I remember we got a dog off of Ruckus bred to I want to say Grand Champion AC's sister, and we had bought a dog off of Ants 318 because we went to New Jersey or something to pick up the puppy. Nice puppy, both of them really really nice dogs. So I called y'all back and I said, hey man, listen. You say what? I said, man, I got a game dog. You say, how you know you got a game dog? I said, cause I know this. And you said, how do you know this? I said, cause my dog scratched 2 times. And you said, scratched 2 times? Okay, and what? I said, well, you told me if I got a game dog, they supposed to do all this. And I said, well, mine scratched 2 times. You said, well, what did your dog scratch into? I said, my grandfather's service dog, because my grandfather is blind. And you told me, I'll never forget. You said, is that what you got? And I said, yeah, that's what I got. And you told me, you said, you know what you got? About 5, you probably got about 5 to 10. But because it was my grandfather, and it was his service dog, and my granddaddy loved me, or whatever, whatever, I didn't get 5 to 10. I only got 6 months. So from that point on, what y'all taught me, even to this day, and I'm 50, is just being humble. You're never too old to learn. And the prediction of 5 to 10, I'm thank God I didn't get 5 to 10, but that dog that I had ran into his service dog, little puppy, ran into his service dog, and even though that was my grandfather, some other people seen it, so I didn't get 5 to 10. So I want to thank everybody. I only got 6 months, but that shit was crazy. And from that point on, our relationship was built, and it has been everything that you could ask for. Y'all never lied to me about nothing. If you told me, look, Chico, listen, pump your brakes, you're moving too fast, or you moving into another area where you're not supposed to move to, so forth, y'all just been, and I'm not, a lot of times I be the only child, bro be out, doing what they did, and I'm the one that will fall back on a lot of shit, but like I said, y'all been big brothers when, might as well say, when I really didn't have one. So I just want to tell y'all, I appreciate y'all and thank y'all, and that dog did, that service dog, he did make it, everything was cool, but he fought, he did what he had to do, but yeah, that's how I got introduced to y'all, when I think Brat she wasn't nothing, so that's how long we've been gigging.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Now, even once you got to moving around, because a lot of the old timers up in Detroit.
Yeah.
Joe was one of the first.
Yes, sir.
You asked that question, why they always giving up the shovel in the shit thing? The shit can.
Yeah.
Because I'm a firm believer in keeping my yard clean.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yes, sir.
I don't look for nobody to clean up my yard. I always do it myself. I let you do anything, walk the dogs and all that, but I never had nobody clean up my yard because nobody could clean my yard like I can.
Yes, sir.
You know, that responsibility. And the reason why we do that, because that's one of the most important things you must learn how to do
Right.
if you're going to be dealing with dogs.
Right.
You know, don't
Yes,
get
sir.
into the habit of seeing your dogs living and running around and stepping in their own shit.
Right.
You know, I got OCD when it comes to dog shit.
I know you do.
And Joe do too. Probably a lot of them have, because you ever
Oh
know
my
Joe,
God.
you see
Oh my
Joe
God.
keeps a clean yard.
God, I couldn't stand going over there sometimes.
Yeah, he keeps a very clean yard.
Right.
And he gets up early to do his job.
Yes, he do.
You know? But it's the discipline is what we put forth. Like when I used to have Ben grab dogs, Ben could walk on that yard and grab any dog off my yard.
Right.
It really didn't matter what dog he grabbed.
Yep.
And believe me, when he come back, I'm making sure that he can walk Akron, Ohio, because you know you can walk from the west side to the east side to the south side to the north side.
That's right.
And he would take them dogs, and that's why our yard always stayed nice and fit, because Ben.
Oh, okay.
You know, that was his way of getting away from home and getting out, and his way of being able to hang out with us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And because we were some wild, you know the life we live.
I know.
You know,
I already know.
So it was like, you know, you got a young man running around. You don't want him getting in trouble around our trash. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I taught him responsibility.
Right.
And in the process of that responsibility, he had to do schoolwork just like you.
Right.
He had to learn those dogs. You taking all these dogs down to Virginia, and you need to know how they bred.
Exactly.
And you have to not only know how they bred, understand what makes these dogs click. You think these are just names on a paper, but they're not.
Right.
You know?
Value in them dogs.
There's value in expectations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're
And
absolutely right.
remember, I had James Pope. And James Pope spoke me a lot.
That's a big boy. Yes, sir.
You know, James Pope taught me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to breedings,
Right.
and how these dogs are bred,
Right.
if you don't know the dog in the pedigree, then you don't know the formula.
Right.
It don't make no sense about it if you cannot read it and see the formula.
That's right.
You know? And little Ben, I think the little Mikey pedigree was very important for him to understand that pedigree.
Right.
Because whether he know it or not, it was that pedigree that got me in touch with Stone City.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It was me seeing Mayday.
Mm-hmm.
Me seeing Mayday was, I liked it what I saw. I didn't even know how he was bred.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw him. But then I'm looking at his mother and his little mate's sister. Ain't been there but 24 hours. Within 48 hours, I'm looking at it. I'm watching Mayday going down.
Wow.
Hey, Mo, a pro said he think Pretty Mama would have took out the Brat. He said that Brat and Pretty Mama was the best dogs we had. No.
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 No. They were good dogs. I think. But we have always had badass dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's let me make that point very
Pretty
clear.
Mama and Brat was on our yard. You think we don't know?
You think we don't know? And Brat and Pretty Mama totally different ways. Brat was a 35, 36 pound dog. Pretty Mama was a 42
That
pound dog.
crazy as shit.
Different.
Yeah,
Brad always been crazy, man.
Brat was a 35, 36, 37-pound dog. Those are her 3 matches.
That's same.
Pretty Mama was a
Crazy
42-pound dog.
Yeah. The Brad had mental health issues, seriously.
Tell him again. Brat
Yeah.
would
From
have.
4 weeks old, man. I seen that shit.
Brat and Pretty Mama were definitely good dogs.
They conditioned together.
They conditioned together. Remember, both of those dogs went all 3 of their matches. They both got conditioned together. And they hated each other so much. That's why I ended up with those 2 Red River Curly treadmills. Because I could stick Brat in front of Pretty Mama and I could get 2 hours, 3 hours worth of work with these dogs hustling because they hated each other that much.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Brat had the talent of a great dog. That's just flat out. Brat had Red Ace in her.
Right.
And you have to understand, if they don't understand how Red Ace was, then you will see why that 36, 37-pound dog would have gave Pretty Mama all the hell in the world. And don't think we don't know. Don't think we don't know.
Twin, do you remember Jet from Airborne Kennels who had the Stone City shit?
Yeah.
Way back in the day who was in the military.
Yep. Yep. I remember Airborne.
Yeah, that's the first time I got in contact with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He hooked me up to y'all.
But the reason why we got hooked up with Stone City was because of Mikey.
Oh, okay.
You know, because I liked the buck stuff. And I had Mikey before I had Amber. See, all these dogs came afterwards. I didn't even have Amber. When we went and bred to Grand Champion Ace, Amber was in New York. KP went and got Amber and came down, and we went out to, first, like I said, we was going to Ozzy's first. We got detoured because Ozzy didn't answer the phone, and that's how we ended up with Grand Champion Ace. But Amber still wasn't in my possession. Amber had been bred to Ace and sent back up to New York.
Oh, I thought y'all had her already. I didn't know that.
No. Mikey was the first buck dog to hit the yard. Mikey was the first red boy to hit the yard. Prior to that, I had Molly B, Snooty, that was judo.
Right, you had all Eli stuff.
Right, and then I had the Eli dogs, Ratchet in them. You know, BA and Blood was there, Solo was there. They was all Eli dogs. Solo was off of Low Posse Buster.
That's crazy. I never knew y'all had dogs like that once upon a time.
Right, we had Crybaby and Dusty. They were all Rascal dogs, Rascal Eli dogs. And the boy you was talking about, little being the little across the street from South, used to walk the black dog. That was Ratchet's daddy, Daz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Walter Ledmore. He had Daz. That was Ratchet's daddy.
Wow.
Yep. And Pope had Ratchet. And he used to put him, Ratchet and Joe Red on each other as puppies. And he used to always think that, you know, Joe Red had the more ability, because he did have a lot of ability. And Ratchet didn't really have the great ability, but he could bite.
Right.
And he was mean. You know, we like mean shit, you know? But I didn't really get into the
time though was Ratchet.
Right. I didn't really get into the buck dogs until after Mikey.
That was my man. I mean, I knew he was special though. I mean, he was rough too though.
Yeah, he had a lot of ability, and he do remind you a lot of the Gator Boys, Mikey, Champion Mikey.
Yeah. Like when I had it was a little bit more weight on him, so he had a little bit more bow-legged looking. But I mean, he was a nice looking dog, but I just knew how he played because he was a happy dog and he was just rough. He just played rough. He was rough, man.
Wow.
That's right. And we like rough dogs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
if you ain't smashing and crashing, then you
But
can't
he
make it on the
playing.
team.
He do it for fun. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? He doing it for fun. You know.
So all those dogs, Amber came along with Red Ace. When I got Amber, I got Red Ace in that litter. You know, and Sean B, the one that had Champion Justice,
yeah.
he had Amber in the Ace Pups.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the only champion he had. That was the only dog he ever had.
Who, Sean B?
That's what I told. That's what I was told when he had Boomer. I heard that Boomer was the first dog.
He had Champion Justice first.
Well, yeah, Champion Justice.
Right. Now, Sean was a dog man. Sean and my KP used to be real good friends.
Really?
You know, and the Bishops, and that's how we got up with the Bishops up in New York, in the Buffalo area.
Y'all went to the East Coast. Okay.
Right. We used to run around up there in the Buffalo, Rochester area, so we got a chance to hang out with a lot of those guys up there. Remember, we was always on the road doing something.
Yeah.
Right.
So a lot of those dogs that you seen that we ran across, it was really based on dogs that our friends had.
Right.
Okay? So when I went up there and got them, when I brought them home, that's how Amber ended. When I bought her, that's how she ended up on the yard. She had already been bred to Ace. You know, she had the puppies. And I went up and picked up Ace. I sent Little Mate's sister went out there to Thunder Kennels down there in Texas. And I kept Ace's Little Mate brother and her. And Amber. And that's how Amber ended up on the yard. Now I got Amber. Poker went and got the triple bred Jeep bitch, and she ended up on the yard. So I had the triple bred Jeep female and Amber. And keep in mind, y'all, I haven't even had Brat in them yet.
Right.
Remember, we was breeding Amber to Apache.
Right.
Is how I ran into Mayday. But I was already in touch with Stone City at the time.
Okay.
I was already in touch. Remember, Red Ace was already on the ground.
Now, Ben, you raised all these dogs as puppies, though. Remember, every single one of them dogs you raised, you were the one who was responsible for saying, okay, they ready.
Yeah. When we tell you they ready, you can take them off the yard, start walking. Red Ace was one of those pups that she was already over a year and a half by the time we ran into Mayday.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. We was breeding. That's why we had already bred the Ace when we took Amber up there to breed to Apache.
Oh, okay.
And then by the time she came in here again, she was going on 2 years old. Red Ace wasn't even 3 years old when we went in the Tommy Boy.
Hey, Chico.
Yes, sir.
Let me. Well, I got you on here. Let me ask you your opinion. Now, you remember how you started, and you know that area up there.
Right.
How much kennel blindness did you see, and tell me what's something that they all had in common?
Wow. Wow, boy.
It was bulldog. That's damn sure.
There was a lot of people up there with bulldogs too.
A lot of guys up there with
That was the
bulldogs.
wrong area to be having some bullshit.
That's a wild, broad question, because sometimes I still had kennel blindness. I know one time, we was with the shit, but, and I know that a lot of people, the persona that they put on, they could talk you, they could sell water to a well. You know what I mean? So the conversation, they would make you think that you're going into a grand champion, and they can have a no time nothing. But one thing I can say about it, that at that time, the boys was active. Big Ralph, Tony Rogers, original Bonnie Hunters, Who riders, they was always ready to do something, but um, whatever they said they had, um, um,
They had.
it had to be a real one. It had to be a real one to tell them different. You know what I mean?
That's right.
With them guys there, they weren't kennel blind. But in your situation, you've been around, and the longer you've been around and the people that you knew the difference between the ones that could talk that and be about it and the ones that be talking and it'll take 3-4 dogs, maybe 5-6 years later, that they realize that they can't get one win.
Yeah, that's Tony Rogers. You know what I'm saying? That was him for sure. You know what I mean? That's big homie. That's big homie. I mean, I love him to death. R.I.P. Tony Rogers, but God, that boy, know he could talk. You know what I'm saying? Down from Louisiana, raised from Louisiana, came up here to California, then went to Michigan. But yeah, shit, you know that. Yeah, he might go through 10 of them, and what will tell you, or yes, he could.
And walk right in there with empty pockets and be betting thousands.
All right. And do the Frisco disco.
Okay. Okay.
But he knew a good dog, though.
He knew a good dog.
Yes, sir.
And if you wanted to win with one, you could be a greenie.
Exactly.
You know, that's how he had so many great dogs, because they weren't his dogs.
Exactly.
It was everybody's dogs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody who wanted it, if they had a good dog, they knew if they wanted that dog to get into the fast lane, go take it to Tony.
Exactly.
Tony gonna look at it before he play with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He gonna look at it before he play with it, and once he see what he like, he gonna come on, man. Yeah, we can do that. We can do something. We can do something.
Hey man, I didn't see him fix his whole house up, and I'm talking about from the awning all the way to the barbecue pit in the backyard, just off of his conversation, just talking people about that game and having people just pay him forfeits because his mouth was so slick. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I done seen it over and over and over again, and he ain't got nothing. You know what I mean? When he got on, he got on. But yeah, he could definitely talk that shit though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could talk to Tony, man. He would be on the phone from 5 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. And I would just be sitting there listening to him.
Right.
Because you ain't going to get no word in. And he going to have that motor going to be running like a Cadillac. You know what I mean? Ain't no burps, ain't none of that coming out of his mouth.
Absolutely.
You know?
Word in.
I really used to enjoy Tony. Tony taught me a lot, though.
Right. Me too.
You know, he taught me how not to be, too, though.
Right.
You know, because, you know, you got to ask him sometime, man, why do you live such a dangerous life, bro? Mm-hmm. You know, he'll call a match and ain't got $1 in his pocket.
Right.
And,
absolutely.
And the whole time during the match, he studied betting.
Mm-hmm. All the time. Ain't gonna come up with something.
And he's won a lot of matches that way.
Hell yeah.
He's won a lot of matches that way.
Hell yeah.
I remember he had a bad incident where he didn't win.
Yeah.
Ended up in the hospital.
Oh, you talking about that bad one? Yeah, I remember that one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But that was his hustle. That was his hustle.
Exactly.
That was his hustle. You know, you're gonna live that life, you gotta be that. You're gonna be that life, you gotta live that life. You know, it's not gonna always be gravy, but I can say it like this: he was a 90%er to me.
Exactly.
I've never seen him lose but twice.
Right.
Remember, he beat Ohio Cash. He beat Ohio Cash with Grand Champion Outrage. He actually won his Grand Champion outright. Actually won his Grand Championship on cash.
Exactly.
Ohio cash.
Yep.
So, and even that night, they both sitting up there with no money.
I remember that because my cousin Buck Wild Tom, Tommy was on the same car. God rest his soul. But Tony Rogers taught me a lot. He was a hell of a conditioner. That his ass could put one in shape, and he'd go in there, like I said, he'd do the Frisco disco. You see what I'm saying? But I just wanted to tell the people who are listening is that it does not make no difference how old you are. My granny used to tell me you can learn something from a dummy. But when it comes to, our dog godfathers and so forth, if you just shut up and listen, probably some of our wives and girlfriends want us to do the same thing. I never knew nothing about humility until one time I had called y'all and I'm like, yeah, I got a pocket full of money. I'm about to buy one of them damn dogs. And you was like, well, we ain't got no puppies. I said, well, listen, when you do, I got 1,500. And that back then, that was like big money. And you told me, so, I don't want your money. And that made me feel so damn low. So, like I said, I'm back to it to where it don't make a difference how somebody spit at you, crooked, sideways, straight up, man to man, eye to eye. In this game, you're going to have humility. And that's something that I never had because my dad wasn't here. But the killing thing is, I always call y'all big bro, always say yes sir, no sir, to you boys because I respect you so much. But, y'all boys saw me humility. Because a lot of times when I thought I had something, man, I ain't had shit. I ain't had nothing. So, I just want, I'm just here to give y'all flowers, you know what I'm saying? And, just let the people, the listeners know that, it don't make a difference how old you are, because you always learning, you know what I mean? If you shut your mouth long enough and you listen, you can always elevate. So, I just told you earlier, Mo, I appreciate you. I love you, big bro, and I thank you for what you did. You know what you did. We ain't got to go all off into it, but you know. And Mike, you know what you did too. So, y'all boys are like mad scientists. So, I'm trying to get on y'all level. So, thank you.
Appreciate that, fam.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Shout out,
you
boy.
can do that anytime.
Love,
you can do that anytime, fam. Anytime.
Thank you, big bro. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm gonna jump back over to Ben. Ben.
What's happening?
Ben.
What's happening?
I want you to let's get into the Tommy Boy Puerto Rico ride.
That was the best ever, man. Hey, for real, dude.
Man, did we have the best fun in Puerto Rico or what, man?
It's a movie, man. We got. First, it's Trump won paradise, so we don't know. We don't know if we're gonna make a move or not. But we in Akron, but we got to make it to New Jersey.
Yep. And we run late.
Like 4, 5, 6 hour drive.
Yep.
Something like that, right?
And we had to catch that plane.
Hey, these boys got the CB in there, like Smokey and the Bandit. We're the old mucket, but that mucket probably got about a $10,000 engine in that thing. But this thing, it was a bucket, but it got the CB in it. I don't know what that little gray thing was y'all had, man, but it was a runner. But yeah, the CB in there, and then me and Ace in the back. Ace was chilling too much for me, but she was chilling. And next thing you know, we on that highway, and y'all showing me how to make some shit happen. Them boys got on that CB, got to talking to the people they need to talk to, and we ain't do nothing but 100 plus up there. Then they put my little ass behind the wheel. First, I'm watching them. I'm just in the back just watching. Like, all right. A little bit, you probably gonna be up next. So they pulled it aside, little bit up next. I jumped in, but people don't understand how my first car was a Monte Carlo SS. Y'all call them G-Rides or whatever. Now I was 16 with that thing. So I knew how to drive some power. So I get behind that thing, they working the CB. Man, that truck driver said, we got a four-wheeler coming and driving like a man out of hell. We was getting there, man. But we made it to the airport. I don't know how long, but we had the time to make it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing but 100. I'm watching trucks just pull to the side. People just pulling to the side. I mean, it was like open lane. And man, that's what these boys, that was the craziest shit. I mean, it was like 100 for the next couple of hours, man. They lighted up. It was like some Smokey and the Bandit shit. I was like, that shit crazy. So then get on the airport and just make it over there, but still Red just wasn't fucking right, man. She was just too calm. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with Red, man. She was just I mean, it was cool for the relaxing. I know that was the training to be able to handle a car rides and shit. But come on, man. You supposed to. Yeah. It was like she was sedated, man.
Yeah,
really
remember
was.
when we got to the airport
Like
and they got her off the plane? She wouldn't even come out the crate, and she did not like being in the crate. She was sitting in the back of the crate and wouldn't even come out.
Yeah.
I was like, uh-oh. Something ain't right here.
Yeah,
But
man.
tell me, man, did we have some fun in Puerto Rico, though, man?
Yeah. I had as much fun as me. I ain't got to kick it like me, honey.
Yeah, what you mean? What was that club we went to, the Angels? What?
Shit.
Man, boy.
Y'all stay asleep. I got my ass up. I hollered at old boy, him and this boy. I like, man, I need me a beer or something. And he like, man, you walk on down the street. Y'all stayed up in the mansion. Because they had like 2 mansions, man. Because the other one wasn't finished, but it was down there finished that they let us stay in. And man, I'm walking down the street, the parade. I think it was the Yankees game down there, man. I'm drinking Heineken, talking baseball with him. I'm kicking it. Y'all up there sleep. They like, what a little bit. Hey, I come back black and mild. Got a little buzz on. Somebody y'all ready? Shit. I mean, casinos, the beaches. Man, how long we was over there? Like 3-4 days or something?
Yeah.
We was over there. But I wasn't trying to get no sleep. And got bronchitis over that motherfucker, bud. But the women too. Hey, we kept it.
We
kept
it. Them boys set us out. They set us out, though, didn't they, though?
Oh, man.
Yeah, they set us out. We had a lot of fun up in there.
I ain't gonna never forget that. I ain't gonna never.
Got a chance to hit the boom boom room, man. Oh, man, we were fine. Oh, my God.
Hey, got one on credit. You know what I'm saying? My still ain't tight, nigga.
That's right. You already know. Remember, that was a setup. That's what I'm saying. They set us out, man. They set us out. They sure did.
I know Spanish, but I was we sure. You know what I'm saying? But motherfucker shook her head like I don't even need it. I'm okay.
Hey, now pretending to that match though, they was laughing at Red Ace at first, wasn't it? They're like, they came all the way over here for it.
I get into it a little bit, man. I get into it a little bit because it was fun. A little bit.
Yeah.
So we get in there, man. I mean, this shit like some expensive shit going on around here. You know what I mean? You know, it was a nice little spread, as they say. You know what I'm saying? It was a nice spread. They got the cooler right here. I'm right by the cooler. Me and Mike right here, you know, got the squad. You know what I'm saying? So, here we go. Now, next thing you know, them boys over there talking. Shit, here we go again. You know what I'm saying? Here we go again because that little ugly mother, that Tommy boy, little ugly little thing, little short, squatty, bricked up little ugly little thing, man. What was it? Some Chinaman shit, some Caribbean shit.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah.
The Caribbean Kennels had it.
Some hard family stuff. Gang
Yeah,
Jane
I
stuff.
heard
Gang Jane stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everything within 15, you feel me? And it look like that bread too. Shit. Until next thing you know, Reese said, you better do something. You know what I'm saying? You better do something.
No, I told her, I told the Tommy boy hit her and she was holding her. I said, you don't want her to do it. You better get out of there then.
You better do something. Next thing you know, that mother got the dancing. I said, there she go. She got the dancing, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, shit. And then I heard my boy, the best part of it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Because mama never seen Tommy Boy in situations. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. But like I say, man, Red wasn't on. Fuck it. When she turned on, but fuck it, man.
Yeah, she turned on just long enough to stop Tommy from doing what she was doing to her. And
Come on, baby.
And she blew them. Hey, didn't she blow them? She flattened her tires in the back so fast.
Yeah, they over there laughing at me. I'm over there drinking and laughing. Now I'm like, that little bit crazy ass. But you know, that was my ultimate. And I think, be truthful, I was really raised the puppy. I was done after that, though. Believe it or not. Because then we had Brad and all them. I raised them up. Then once I brought them home, I started doing other things. Well, it's still my health and shit. You know?
Yeah, by the time we was on our way to Florida, because I remember you came here.
Yeah, I came down there right before I went to Cali, though. But that was like in the 2000s, though.
Yeah.
But it always been my illness, though, man. My illness stopped a lot of stuff. So.
Well, you still living?
But like I say, though, the brat, though, when people really want to know the truth, like I say, man, I can give y'all a little shit. Like I said, every last one of them dogs down in Virginia got stole, man. Every last one of them. It was a blessing. I got them back. Like I say, with Too Sweet, I knew he was coming back because he was just a hard keeper. Wasn't nobody keeping his ass. Shit, except my dumb ass. That dog. So I see him running around in the yard. But the thing is, with all of them, if you steal the dog anywhere in my area, I don't care how many miles, because I'll be out there, you know what I'm saying, walking. So they're getting different routes. So if you steal that dog anywhere, he's going to find his way back. And he know his routine. Because like I said, I work nights, 11 to 7. So they know they walks. Dogs know the patterns. So he was in there running around waiting on me to pull up. So got him back. Little Mikey, they got him when I moved to my other spot. When I had locks on both ends, shit, they took both cutters and got his ass. But then I had a little protege. He was like 10, 11, 12, because my other protege, he used to mess with my girl's daughter and shit. So he had Rottweilers, but that was my ace. But the little one, he knew where the dog was at. That was his little hood I had just moved into. So I had a Cadillac, I had him lay down in the back seat, he pointed out, so I took him back, you know what I'm saying, you get out of here, you don't know nothing. But I had him laying down all the way through, just lay down in the back seat, show me where the dog at. So I go back there, little Mikey back there, I just take his ass off the chain, they come out the door, like, hey man, get my goddamn dog, and you know, it's like, whatever man, you know, it's gonna be whatever. But I know I'm about to get this goddamn dog, you know what I'm saying? It got him back to the house. The crazy one was Ace and Brad. I'm sitting there watching the fights, you know, Saturday night fights on HBO and shit, Boxing After Dark, all that good shit. It was like Barrera Morales and shit. These niggas banging. I said, man, let me slide out looking at my beard and shit and green kind of Lord, man. I need to go get some blunts and some shit. This about to go down. So then I slide up here real quick to the stove. I see two badass little puppies, little red and a brindle. I'm like, damn, there's some nice looking ass puppies and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm walking up on them some more. I said, Ace, Brad, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? So they started running to me. Ace and Brad over there playing with these niggas. I mean, kicking it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? So I just grabbed them. I couldn't do no fighting and this and that. My main concern was get these damn dogs. So I got these damn motherfuckers. And like I say, remember I got 2 cribs. So they in that one, they busted the window on my front door and shit. Cause I had them in the house and the crates and the other dogs in the back. So I'm like, damn, if I wouldn't have got the biz, these niggas, Ace and Brad run around kicking it like they supposed to be doing this shit. I said, thinking y'all about to pay these damn dogs. So now I gotta go find out. I said, so I got them back. But that shit was crazy. And then just watching them grow up, about to jump somebody's damn dog, I had to stop them from doing that because Ace and Brad was, like, I had some dogmen that came to the house. This guy from Dead Gang Kennels, he came. And really, I kept a lot of stuff low down there because I was kind of by myself, but I wasn't scared of shit, but I was just by myself. You know, 48 laws of power. So mother was kind of thought I was curved from it, this and that. They really didn't see shit. You know, I didn't show them. So I was glad, you know. They thought I was green, so they ain't know I got some killers around this motherfucker. But I kept it like that. So, but I was telling him when he came back and checked the yard out. I said, that one right there, that one's special right there. You can't do that. I said, no, man. That one's special, dude. I've been around these dogs, and I ain't never seen shit like her. I said, like, I've been around a lot of goddamn dogs. We don't know the damn around these dogs, man. I've been around a lot of different poodles or this and that and the other. You just know something special when you see something special. I mean, even at 4 weeks, but that's just puppy shit. It was some shit where I seen some shit. That motherfucker looked like a goddamn gremlin. I said, hold on, what the fuck is going on here? But she was just so smart, and her and her sister was like the best, man. They was just training each other. I mean, I just knew it. You know what I'm saying? I just knew it. And then I know what they like. So I just knew it. I just knew it. I just knew it. That's just one. Some people know when you got something. It's just don't fuck up. You know what I'm saying? If you got something, just don't fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? Just raise it, keep it healthy. You know. Sometimes just people know. When you got that one, you know, dude. Don't fuck it up.
Yes, sir.
I don't even think Brad was in at home a good 2 months, a month before little Maddie broke her leg.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you see, what you know, like I say, the difference. You know, you got Bruce Lee and you got Bolo. I mean, you got anybody who just think about different things.
You got Bruce Lee and
You know
Chuck
what I'm
Liddell.
Oh yeah,
know?
I mean them was too bad. I'm
believe
telling you,
it or
man,
not,
both of them
the
dogs
one-
was bad.
Hey, believe it or not, it was 1 inch away from making her name too. It was Ace.
Yep, the little
I
maid.
like Ace was the meanest one. She was just mean. She was just like him. She just leave me the fuck alone. And she was just mean. She was out of all 3 of them, she was mean. That was my baby. I mean, because I already know, you know that's the good one. But you know that one right there, that's the one for real. You know how people be pointed out. Everybody think you just see the flash so early and such and such.
Right.
But I knew that one mean as shit. That one mean. And do everything they do, but except mean. Do everything that they do.
Yeah.
But this one mean as shit. And that was my baby too. She was lovable, but she was mean. No, Brad knew every now and then quit bullshitting. See, you know how somebody just snap you, you see it and they be like, all right, calm down. You know what I'm saying?
And just believe it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they was some
I
pretty
mean, but
nice
that's what I
puppies.
love, just watching the you know, I can't say I'm drinking now. Let me take one more shot and get my shit out. Shit. I can't get my words out.
I got a
But see,
question.
that's watching them grow up with levels. And I'm trying to say the developing and shit, drinking and shit. But you just watch them just grow up and mature, man. I mean, that was the best part. That was my favorite. Watching them mature, man. And then whatever, just go be great.
Go ahead, Chico. You were saying something, Chico?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, what was it about y'all? Because I hear y'all talk about your mentors and so forth, and I remember one time I said, I think I puffed my chest up one time, and I said, I'm about to go into the boot. Is that Bosenberg blood good? And she was like, yeah, they hand you your ass in a trash bag. And that was the first time I ever heard of that. And I said, a trash bag? And I looked down, and trash bag, and I ain't had nothing in the. I ain't have a trash bag in the in the in the trash. So I said, well, I hear y'all talk about y'all mentors and so forth, and they might have been different colors, but they might have been from a Caucasian color. But what was it that made y'all mentors like y'all, and what was it that made you like your mentors? I mean, was it because of just the vibe that y'all got from each other, or was it just basically just the pure determination and hunger that y'all had?
I think it was the beautiful women we had.
Okay. Okay.
What you think, Ben? I think it was just the beautiful women because we weren't like we was not flashy guys.
Right.
So I just think it was the beautiful women, and we just kept a level head. We wasn't trying to be better than nobody. We were just being cool with everybody. But
Okay.
I think the girls had a lot to do with it. One thing about me and my street ways, that's why you always you notice me and Mike always had a lot of beautiful women around us, is because they had jobs. In the world of hustle, pretty girls know how to get a lot of shit done.
Sure do. Shit.
You know what I'm saying? And when they're about their business, and especially when they got somebody, that's teaching them, you know what I mean?
Right.
Our organization was ran off of pretty women.
Yeah, Mike, we riding up there to Buffalo. Ain't nothing like the old school. Yeah, I had the two chicks in there. I guess y'all went to Canada after that, though. I rolled back with somebody else.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was nice, all right. Ain't nothing like the old school. Playing that over there, Me Against the World Tupac tape all the way up there, huh?
All the way to Niagara Falls.
You know what I'm saying? Back there flirting. I don't know what's going on. Got a girl in front, one in the back was having it. You know, shame. Ain't nothing like the old school.
But I think that kind of opened the door. You know what I'm saying? When it came around to them, and keep in mind these was, one thing that I learned out of all this was I knew who the real players were. That's what the key was. I knew who the real players were.
Right.
Once you figure out who the real players are, you just make yourself available, and they'll make themselves available to you.
Yeah.
And they always seem to work out like that.
Yes, sir.
Because we did the same thing to Nate. We did the same thing with the Abrahams. We did it with Big Ralph, McNasty,
Okay.
Frank Bunts and them, SWAT team.
Yeah.
They was all cool with us, but I think they was cool with us because we wasn't trying to be, flashy dudes. We had the little cute girls. The girls knew how to behave, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, they wasn't stuck up. They was friendly. So, I think that's what kind of, knocked that foam off the beer.
Right.
You know what I mean? And made them, they opened up a lot more to us. You know what I'm saying? There's more receptive to us, to bring us into the fold. But we knew that,
Right.
Remember, we was some kind of guys that, we didn't have to pay to get in the clubs, and we didn't have to pay for drinks. We have girls,
There you go.
And girls' responsibility is to keep the tables full of drinks because guys are gonna always want to buy y'all drinks. So if they can cover you, they can cover us all.
Absolutely.
And it goes like that regardless of where you go. You just gotta have your right girls with you. And that's just the way we ran things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it worked. And
They were the ones making a lot of the phone calls.
yeah, they made a lot of our phone calls. They ran the record company. They ran the office. They ran the business. Literally, for real.
Right.
And we didn't have dumb girls. You didn't have time for dumb girls. And we remember we was doing the record company. Look at all the shows we was doing. We had every down there artist that came through there. I had E40 and the whole clique came to Akron. All because of the girls.
X-Clan.
X-Clan. I mean, everybody, KRS-One, Scott LaRock before he got killed right after he left acting.
That was way back in the day.
Yes. Heavy D and the Boys, UTFO, MC Breeze, Ice Cube, the Lynch Mob, Heavy D and the Boys. I mean, we just UTF. I mean, it was the girls ran our business. There's not too many people gonna say no to a beautiful woman, especially if she about her business. Everybody gonna put a crack on her, and they know just the right angle to put it. It's business, but I'm gonna let you. You're gonna enjoy my presence.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because who's not gonna try to holler? And the best way to deal with them is, let them do what they do. Yeah. You don't gotta jump in bed with every man. Every man will do a lot for a woman. You know what I'm saying? As long as she withhold her biggest prize.
Right.
See, once you hit the prize, she lose her value. You see what I'm saying? Once you hit it, her stock goes down. You want to keep your stock up? Always keep your stock up by being what you are and not giving them what they want. You know what I'm saying? Stay pretty, but keep your value. They can treat you all over. They can want to take you everywhere. But you want to keep that going. Hold out as long as you can, as long as you want, because they're not going to say no.
And they were just about their business.
And then they were just about their business. They knew that they were streetwise because we made them street smart girls.
Right.
And then see, they're not so quick to backstab you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hell no. I'd rather deal with the women than the dudes sometimes.
That's right. And they can be just as dangerous as a dude.
Yes, they can.
You know what I'm saying? Because they sneak in your house when you ain't expecting them to be in your house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You think you didn't pour the bad one, you thought you didn't pour the bad one at the club, and you didn't forgot where she come from, and now you in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was just, this the life we lived back then. We was young. Remember, I call us that new jack.
Right.
For people who don't know, I always, a lot of these people from Akron say Twins was the first BMF.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then.
Exactly. That's what they would tell you. Twins was about Akron, Ohio, LeBron and everybody else. Twins, everybody know who the Twins are.
Right.
Because we always gave to the community. We always gave to the streets. We always gave to people, the kids.
Right.
That's where LeBron got his giving back.
Right.
You still see us doing the same thing. It's always about giving back. If you can get it, give it back. Because that's the only way it won't die.
Right.
If you get it and keep it, then when you gone, it's all gone.
Right.
But you can do so much more if you get it and share it and spread the love. Because what you got, you can teach somebody to get it and get the same discipline out of them. Remember, everything takes discipline. You got to have discipline to make things work. You got to have discipline to make things happen.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And if you ain't got it in yourself, you know what I mean, it ain't going to get done. If you're not going to play the game to the point of putting your all in it, then you're not going to get all you can get out of it.
Absolutely. I remember. I stood on principles and morals, and I ain't never snitched. I ain't never told. If I did something, I did it by myself, and it is what it is.
That's right.
So, I learned the code of the streets at a very young age. Them boys, Meech, Boom, AC, all them boys. I know them personally. Maserati Rick, know him personally. So I learned from them boys, and it just, this shit it just slide down from generation to another.
Right. See, and back then, it wasn't like they were trying to. Nobody was out there trying to be no big superstar or nothing like that. This was all about the hustle. It was all about the hustle.
That's all.
That's all it was.
Exactly.
You know, did nothing really have no meaning. It was all about the hustle.
Right.
You know, things got uglier when you got, you know, because sooner or later you're gonna have haters.
Yeah.
If you know how to control your haters and your snitches, you know, I can make a hater respect me.
Right.
I can make a snitch tell on everybody but me.
But you, yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because I treat everybody the same until you cross me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't let everybody in my fold, for one.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, I don't close no doors.
Right.
Anybody out there in this dog game will tell you they can pick up the phone and call Twin, and he's a reachable. The Twins are reachable. They don't sit on no pedestal. They open to everybody. If you really want to know them, just call them. They'll talk to you.
I know. I mean, from Ohio to Florida, all the way back to Michigan. I already know. You know what I mean? I done tapped in with big them and big homies and everything else, and they like, yeah, them boys are certified. You know what I mean? So, ain't no smut on their name. I never heard nothing bad about you, Twin. You know, I never heard nothing about nothing, but just good things about y'all. You know what I mean? And those are the people that I like to be. You know what I mean? You know, I like to have those people around me. You know what I mean? Because like I said, sometimes, you know, the shit that I'm going through right now, you know, the shit will make you cry if you ain't strong enough. But, you know, I just decided to just smile and just push through it. You know what I mean? So,
Man, we're gonna all have those situations and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna happen. You know,
right.
You know, and as older you get, the more people around you die.
Right.
You know, and you know, and that's just life. You know,
Right.
so
Right.
you just got to keep. You know, my thing, like doing this show and things like that, man. I just want people to know, you know, the story.
Exactly.
And if they know the story and they understand the story, you might not do it the way I done it, but one thing for damn sure, you got the book, and you didn't have to read much because we doing these shows telling y'all.
Exactly.
You know, I think I was one of the most fortunate dog men, and I really believe that, you know, the dog gods really set me straight.
Right.
Because they brought me into the game on a level that I never stepped down from.
Right.
You know, I've always had great bred dogs.
Right.
And these great bred dogs did great bred dog stuff.
Right.
So, you know, once the standard of that bar set and you see that bar, you know how to hold on to that bar. You know when a bar, when you that high, you know when it's slacking.
We had to live up to the damn.
We had to live up to the dogs we had. You know what I'm saying? No, the dogs didn't catch up to us. We had to catch up with the dogs. Because,
Okay, then, preach.
you know, I would have been so much a better dog, man,
Right.
if I had been at that level. You know, they would have never got their hands on Mikey. They would have never got their hands on Judo. You know what I'm saying? They would have, you know, it would have been 3 champions. It would have been Brat, Lil Mayday, and Ace.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If those scenarios, certain things don't happen, you know what I mean? Because they all had a future.
Yes, sir.
Because what we had in plan for them, you know what I'm saying? All we had to do was get them to get there. Once they got up to age, we lost Ace, but look, we even lost Lil Mayday, but he popped back up. We know where he ended up being.
Right.
But even we knew that those dogs were special.
Yeah.
You know, we knew at an early age that those dogs were special. We knew at an early age that Mikey was going to be special. And we're not afraid to take these dogs out. We was not afraid to take them out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? My dog cannot read.
Right.
So there's nobody that I have to fear. Because if my dog don't know what it is, then I'm going to ride with my dog. If my dog don't know, then I don't know.
Right.
You know? I just think our dogs are good enough to go into anybody.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And if I lose, I lose.
Right.
But one thing for sure, if you know what you got, don't worry about it.
Right.
You know, that's what it's all about. That's what the dog game is consisting of. You know,
Right.
these dogs wouldn't be great if it wasn't for those type of people out there doing them. There's so many great kennels across the country that made these dogs the great dogs they were in the 90s. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They changed it. I think the 90s changed the game. Thank God for the 70s and the 80s.
Wild, Wild West.
That's right. Thank God for the 70s and the 80s because they built that stuff. They
That's right.
built it. We elevated it.
Yep.
That's all we did. We elevated it. We took their stuff and elevated it.
That's right.
You know, and that's what made the 90s so great. You know, they thought that they were going to stop at yellow. There's many dogs after yellow.
Absolutely, P.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's many dogs is just great. You know, a lot of them was greater
Right.
than these dogs of the 70s, 80s because they were supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? They were supposed to be.
God's plan. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? The whole purpose is to make the line better.
Right.
And in the 90s, that's exactly what happened. But it wasn't us that made it better. It was the competition.
Right, P.
That's what it was. The competition. That's what changed. You know?
Absolutely.
And the money got worse because as the years went, by the time you got into 2000, the money is astronomical. Now we're dealing with, you know, no more little bets. Everything's big now.
Right.
The game is being overran by, the dope game.
Right.
And anytime you bring that secondary element into the equation, you know what I'm saying?
It's an imbalance.
It's going to be an imbalance. It's that because this is when the bloodline started getting wiped out because who had all the great dogs? The guys that had all the money.
Right.
When they get hit, all the dogs get wiped out.
Right.
So, you know, that's where the imbalance came from. And that's where the game started falling. They hit the journal, you know, after Jack sold it, Ricky Jones did his thing, put the eye on, you know, really let the folks know out there that with the alphabets how big the game had gotten. You know what I'm saying? And then Michael Vick and his popularity really made it worse, you know. But he said the thing I liked about Michael Vick is Michael Vick stood strong on his values because Michael Vick could have took a whole lot of professional players with him.
Exactly.
And the game blessed him by letting him come back. You know what I'm saying? There's not too many of us can go out there and catch a case like Michael Vick and then be able to go back to our professional career and still be on TV being who he is.
Absolutely. The Pimp Dog guys was watching over that, man.
Well, they paid him back for being quiet.
Right.
You know, and for us that was playing out there, we know the story. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know, he saved. He did not do what he could have done.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they blessed him. They let him come back. They let him come back and play. How many of us can go out there and be labeled a dog fighter and do what Michael Vick did? Somebody paid him for that. You know what I mean? They paid him for being a good soldier. You did not ruin the game. Because for everybody in the real game, we all know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know.
You know, so, you know, shout out to him. Big shout out to him. And he deserved what he got. He got what they did him right.
Right.
Because there's nobody else out there, not me and nobody else could have pulled that off.
That's right.
And you know it.
That's right. I know.
You know what I mean? And we all keep our mouth shut.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, I really, you know, I appreciate, you know, Mike for doing what he did. And I appreciate the way the NFL took care of him for what he did. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm getting ready to go ahead and skedaddle for, you know what I mean? I just wanted to, I mean, go ahead and call in and get y'all flowers. Nephew, if you still holding on,
Yeah.
I give you your flowers. And for all them dog men that's out there, you know what I'm saying? You know who you is. You know what I mean? I ain't gotta name your names. The ones from my city who give it up for my city. The ones that's down south. The ones in the Midwest. The ones in Canada or whatever. And even those who um that's beautiful, twin. Man, y'all got people that's from across the water that's giving it up for, you know what I'm saying, the lingo that, you know what I mean, y'all laying down. You know what I mean? My grandbaby is 2 years old. Sometimes I'll lay in the bed and cut the light off, you know what I mean, just to listen to the tabernacle church. And my grandbaby will get in the bed and be like, is that twin? And she'll put her fist up like she gonna fist bump me because I call y'all the Wonder Twins. So, you know what I'm saying? If I don't see nothing else on these podcasts, in these messages, for her just doing that because she heard me say that to y'all, I mean, it's a blessing in itself, church. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Shout out to all the, you know what I mean, everybody in the Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? Everybody who go along with our weekly rituals, and we go from one podcast to the next podcast for education, because I do. You know what I mean?
Me
I ain't
too.
gonna lie.
I ain't been on a lot of them, you know, in a minute because, you know, I have so much I'm doing right now. But, you know, Mike keeps me up to date on a lot of stuff.
Yes, sir.
You know, because I'm still dealing with my own illnesses and issues.
I know
So,
you are.
you know.
I know you are. And we praying for you over here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
You know?
Hey, Ben. Hey, man, I really appreciate you stepping up, man, and stepping out, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not really you. You know what I mean?
Shout out,
I like to be in the cut, man.
You know, you. I don't even call it the cut. You know, you that guy in the back in the club in the dark. You know what I mean? you like stand back there getting crushed. You won't see him until it's time to go. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I really appreciate it. I've been trying to get you out here, man, over a year and a half, and you finally stepped up in there, man. I just wanted to know, let them know this is one of our first proteges right here. And
Shout out,
like I said, he made it. He was there. He made it to Puerto Rico with us. Carolina.
Oh yeah.
New York.
Florida, Buffalo. I mean, he's been everywhere, riding around with us as a kid. Started as a kid and touched all them dogs. So, you know, it was just good to see you come into the Shark Tank. You was laid back, but, you know, I finally got you to put your head out there, man. I just felt like everybody should know about this kid that, you know, jumped on the bandwagon with us, man. You know what I'm saying?
50 years old now.
Now he's 50 years old. He was 13, like that, 12, 13 when I met him. That's how far back we go.
Right.
So I really appreciate you stopping in, man, and stepping out for us, bro.
You know it's
I
all
see you,
love,
man.
man.
Yes, sir. Shout out Ben, day one.
Okay.
Original.
Hey.
You know how we like to do things. We like to do things face to face, man. I ain't no internet dude, man. Y'all taught me that. Y'all got on that road, man.
That's it.
Baby, we about to shoot down here to such and such. Get our club, you too young right now. See what I told you, twin, all over the world, my baby.
Yeah, man, that's just this, you know, that was the dog game back
but
then,
they
man.
always came back and told me all the stories. I know everything.
You know everything. You know everything.
Even they got a call down there. I remember that phone was the hotlines back in the day. We ain't had no internet. Phones. Man, that shit was crazy. Oh, yeah. Man. That was the 90s, boy. The 90s was crazy, boy.
Yes, the 90s was something else, man. Unforgivable.
Man. It might be 2 3 times.
That's why they came down so hard. You know, they had to put a lasso on the 90s, man. Y'all, the 90s were. That's why you always hear me call that the New Jack era. You know what I'm saying? Because that was
It was explosive.
Oh yes, sir.
Remember, it was the 80s and then the 90s, and man.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be wild in the about 85. I knew it was going to be some stuff then. You know what I mean?
Yards, when we go in the yard too, I remember y'all went somewhere, y'all was on the mountains or something, and they had barrels all on the mountains. Was that Mountain Man?
No, that was when we went and seen P&P's Champion Lively.
Man, y'all used to
Yeah,
come
we
back
went
with
up in
all
the
them
mountains. We
pictures.
seen P&P's Champion Lively go, man. She was a bad little female, bro.
Man,
But-
I wish we could still do them yard tours, man. They would quit stealing dogs, man. Them yard tours, man.
Yeah, I tell you, the yard tours, they used to be great back in the day, but you know, too much times has changed.
Yeah, man.
But that's because it's not saturated anymore.
Right.
See, when it's saturated, a lot of things don't happen. You know what I mean?
See, you get to really see the bloodlines. You look at
Yeah,
those books,
right.
and then you go to the yard. Let me see how they acting. Well, they act a little different than this. They act a little junkier,
Because-
or they a little more skinny. You know, you get to see them. You get to see them. What bloodline I'm looking, man? You put up in journals and find out what that address and make a call.
Yeah, that's what the journal was good for. You know, it gave you information to go explore.
Yeah.
You know, and it just for the ones who knew where to go and who to know. You know, we talk about them today.
Yeah.
The who's who. You know what I mean? One day I'm gonna get Bones from Vietnam on here. I'm gonna get him one day. Just like I got, you know, I'm gonna get Joe up here one day. You know, I was real close to getting Joe on here.
Right.
You know, but he's a laid back, quiet type dude these days. But you know, he's a good dude, man. And to me, he made a big impact in the game. You know, especially when it comes to me, because I got a chance every time I hear that Queen of Heart. You know, you just don't know how privileged I feel. You know, when I hear her name, that I had an opportunity to see her. You know, I had an opportunity to see Pandy, two of the baddest dogs I've ever seen outside of Red Ace.
Right.
You know, and I could look on Red Ace's good day. Red Ace was that type of dog. I tell you that now. She was that type of dog. You know, those dogs don't come every day.
Right.
You're not gonna always see them. Brat was the closest thing to her.
I don't even know if I seen one. I probably ain't even seen one like that from, you know, in regards to the greatness of something like that, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm just glad that Brat came along to, you know, and then Maytu came along to produce some good dogs, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, kept that killer shit alive, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because one thing for damn sure, that just, it tells you how good Red Ace was, okay? Because she has a lot of winners out there who was not nothing to be played with, you know what I mean? And her offspring speak for themselves, you know? So, hey, anybody got anything to say out there, Mike? What they talking about? We've been so busy talking about the phone.
They all up in the conversation. They just showing the love. And I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. First of all, let me give my big shout out to my special guest, Chico Nicholas,
Detroit in the building.
and my man, GHK,
Lil Ben!
a.k.a. Big Ben.
Ben.
All right, y'all.
GHK for life, baby boy.
Hey, look, man, before y'all leave up out of here, man, I want y'all to stick around while we get this Shark Tank. Y'all know it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. Y'all know what y'all got to do for us, man.
Show the guests some love.
So to get some love for
Y'all
me,
know,
man.
I need to get some of them
Thumbs up, thumbs up,
thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. Muscles.
muscles.
Now show my host some damn roses. Roses.
We need them damn roses. this, man. Show these guys some love, man. This is my history. This is my past. Let it last, fellas. Throw the love. Thank you.
Black History Month.
That's right. Push that. All you gotta do is just pull it up. Put that finger down.
Show that love.
We got 50-something people still up in here, man. Let's go. Even my boys in the back street sending us some love, man. Go up in there, just throw a little love and jump back out. I know how y'all is.
Knock it out real quick. Knock it out
man.
real quick.
Thank you, big bro. I appreciate
You got it, fellas. Thank
Man,
you.
Thank y'all, man. And look, man, that door is open anytime. Y'all know that, right?
Right. Anytime y'all feel like y'all want to jump in, man, and stop in and holler up, man, everybody's welcome. I don't know. We got a lot of guys to be coming to the show. I don't know. Over there in the Shark Tank. I wish we could get some more of those guys out there because there's some pretty good guys out there. You know what I'm saying?
Man, there's a lot of information sitting behind that.
Yes,
desk over
sir.
there.
Yes,
There's
sir.
A lot of information over there.
I don't know. I think they kind of, you know, the way we are, you know, I think everybody have their reservation. You know what I mean? I had one.
Y'all want to get the knowledge away. When it comes to these dogs, this ain't nothing but love.
Right, my man, one of my friends, you know, one of the guys that comes to the show, he said, man, you know why don't nobody like when we want to go on your show, man? Because it's like, you know, what we going to say when you got God on the phone? You know what I'm saying? What can I get on the show and say? You know what I mean?
I would love to see a show with y'all three and J-Bo.
Yeah, man, me too.
Y'all got the same vibes, man. They don't understand.
Right. You know, I love you already know, man.
Aggressive, but y'all about funnier than anything too, though. They don't know that part of the game.
Oh yeah, J-Bo's the man. That's my dude, man.
Hey, it's
I told him, hey, look, every time I end up down there in that area, man, I can't never get him on the phone. I be like, I can't. I'm trying to come and see him. You know, I want to hook up with him. I said, maybe I'm trying too hard. Maybe I should put myself in a spot and have him come see me. Maybe I need to tell him, look, I'm going to stop trying to come see you. I'm going to come in your spot. I'm going to have you come see me. Okay? Maybe I can get him to come out that way. And I'm mad that I missed that his legendary indoctrination. You know? Because Big Ralph and them, Big Ralph was there. You know, actually, J-Bo had Big Ralph. You know, he had called me when he was Big Ralph. So that was a good thing too, you know. Yeah, I liked that. That was real nice. So at least he knew I knew Big Ralph. So you know, he from the D. Big Ralph from the D. You know, we go way back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he'll tell you, man, I remember Twin. Yeah, man, that boy, he been on my house a couple times. You know what we do. So, yeah, man, I really appreciate y'all stopping through.
He moved to North Carolina. Yeah, when he left here.
Yeah, well, he ain't in North Carolina no more. He down in the Mississippi. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I know who my dog of the night is gonna be.
Who that?
Dog of the night, y'all, is going to be Strictly Business Grand Champion Buster Brown. Looking like Mikey. Hey, little Ben. Look at this right here. Who he look like?
Let me see.
That's one of the members right there.
I probably remember I got that delay on. I'm looking at the TV.
Oh, don't worry about it. You'll see it in a minute. Dog of the night. Yeah, that dog, right? That's what Mikey looked at like.
Oh, wait.
See how he bred.
You see how he bred. He's a bolio. Yeah, Black Boyle's got.
Yeah. Oh, that's the Mikey was just a little bit more bow-legged, but hell yeah, he looked like ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mikey was probably a little shorter, a little bit more bow-legged.
Yeah, he was a little bit more bow-legged, but he had his face. See his face?
Yeah,
that strap on his face?
And the color.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was my first buck dog, little Mikey.
Oh, he was Mikey. Oh, wait.
dogs, man.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was some good looking dogs. We got some good looking dogs.
Yes, he is.
But being that we ain't ones to talk about all that damn that look, can he get busy?
Can he get busy?
You already know that. Hey, you might not look good while you do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You look good while you do it.
Can you look
Hey,
good?
Hey, Ben, I got pictures of Lil Buck I'm going to put on the show next week, this Friday.
Alright.
I found some pictures of Lil Buck, man. Because he is I bought that dog back from Stone City, and he made history. Wasn't even around to see it, but boy, did he make history.
I can believe it, though, man. I can believe it. Because that was the start of something big. He couldn't be nothing less.
That's right.
I mean, the ride was magical, man. You gotta think, man. I mean, we walked that Yellow Brick Road, man. It was magical, man.
Just to know that day led to a good run, at least a good 10-year run of a relationship with some of the best dog men out there.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
Yeah,
it
shout
was
out
started
to
something big. It was started something big.
Yes,
I think Mikey really laid it up, though. Didn't Mikey lead it up and lead it up?
well, yeah, because Mikey was that one, that when you mess around with that upper echelon like the Legion of Doom, you know what I mean? They like Supernat. When's the last time somebody heard them lose? You know,
Right.
and Mikey, he represented, and that was an eye opener for everybody. And then it was a big ass show too. And for him to win Best in Show, that didn't, that helped put our name on the map. That made, if it didn't do anything, it made people start looking.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I want to give him his flowers, because he was a starter something, like you say, and that was your first buck dog. You gotta give it up.
Yeah, and judo,
And
him and
Mikey was
judo.
like, cool. He just had that cool energy. I'm telling you, that was the hood love. I mean, he was playful and rough, though. You know what I'm saying? You knew it was in him.
You knew it was in
It
him.
was in him.
You knew it was in him.
knew.
He got that buck
That's
look.
how he just played. I mean, this was all day. He just played like that. Now imagine what a little attitude was about to happen.
Okay.
He played rough. Period.
And I tell you, man, that's another great kennel right there, y'all. I'm gonna do some work with. I'm gonna do a show on, man, because Strictly Business came up out of nowhere. They came a long way, boy. And I'm gonna tell you something. Them boys was nothing to be played with. And they won in the tough parts of the air. You know what I'm saying? When they bulldogging was bulldogging, that New York Buffalo air was in Jersey, boy. Them boys didn't play. The DMV was hot. I think I touched every hot spot in the motherfucking East Coast. You know what I'm saying? There was real bulldogs. History made dogs were made in the 90s. You gotta give it to them. That was made in the 90s. A lot of great dogs came out in the 90s.
Go get it.
That's right. Made a lot of 80s dogs famous. So we're gonna finish out with that right there. Look at all them loves and shit that they sent out there, man. I got to give it to my Shark Tank, man. Y'all still showing the love, fellas. You know what I'm saying? For me, anything close to 500 views in a setting, I really appreciate that. You guys are still showing out a lot of love. I always look at it like this. I sit in this room by myself, me and Mike in front of a TV screen. You know what I'm saying? And I picture all those people. Now, if I was sitting out there on a stage, you know what I'm saying? 500 people out there to come and see me do a show, sit down and talk about some dogs, that's a lot of people. And that's how I look at it when I sit down here and do the show. I think I'm looking out there at a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here to entertain all of them.
And it's a blessing. God
bless. It's a blessing.
And to all my people all across the world. My Balkans, my Ukrainians, my
Russians.
South Africa, Ireland. Big shout out to all the people across the world.
Mexico.
To represent this community. You know what I mean? It's big. It's just bigger than us, fellas. Just remember that. And I want everybody to understand that we understand. Can't everybody do this? So Be special and try to be the best at what you do and how you do it. You know, all we can do is tell you our story. We don't know, any and everything else that we do from this point on. It's not to belittle the future. It's to help the future. Because one thing for damn sure, in order to know where you're going, you better pay close attention and understand where you come from.
That's right.
And that statement, it carries a lot of weight. And take it from us.
We know.
We know
For
better.
the 70s and the 80s, we would have never been able to do what we did in the 90s.
Never would have been able to do it. And that just works in all aspects of life. Just pay attention. I mean, this is nothing no special. This is just life in general. So don't take it like we pointing fingers at nobody. And I hope we don't come off like we bigger and better than anybody, because
we're not.
We're not.
We got a whole list of people that are better than us.
And we tell you that all the time.
All the time.
But one thing for sure, we try to show you how we are so you could just take something from us and take advantage of what we're telling you. And then maybe you could be like the guys we're talking to tonight that know us, and some of the guys out there in that Shark Tank who know us and know that we are real about what we're saying, because we stand on 10 toes down on our beliefs. And we really believe in helping as many people as we can in this community, because it's a community that we love and spent the majority of our life being a part of. And we will never let y'all forget about the ones that mattered. Don't be mad if we can't get everybody, because we ain't never said we knew everybody. But one thing we did say is we played in the space that we knew the right people that we needed to know. And y'all know them because they ain't all over your pedigrees. I see y'all the ones who don't let them die. It's because of the work that they put in. And they just examples of what we be trying to explain. If it don't be for the dog, will it really matter who the owner was? Wouldn't matter. And that's what made this game move from 1800s until now, and it will be the same moving forward. It's just y'all have to find a way. That's not on us to do. But one thing you're going to have to understand, you can't do it by yourself. It takes a community to make changes. The kennel blindness is the thing that I'm talking about. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm just talking about the dogs. I'm also talking about the people. Take the blinders off, and then take a look, and then think about what I said. Sole proprietor, corporate, LLC. Which one's going to move faster? I'm running with the LLC, the corporate, because if I can get the right people to do the right thing, who think the same way I think, and we can put the plan together, we can make things happen. That's how we did it.
So with that note,
we
backing into the corner.
Yes, sir. Show and tell time.
Show and tell time.
No need to keep talking about it.
Not at all.
We got our eyes on the prize.
Yes, sir.
Because we know we always.
We do. We always.
I said it for you, man. We always. For real, man. We scratch the win.
All the time, fellas. With love, man.
With love, man.
Peace.
Share that love, man.
Share that love, man. Spread it along and be happy.
See y'all Friday.
One. Dog of the night.
Buster Brown.
Bulldog. Hey, fellas, thanks for coming through, man. Enjoy that night with us, fellas. Y'all know what's up, man. Love, all day.